Aimchess breaks down your games by the opening, and tells you how you're scoring after the first 15 moves, so you can quickly learn which openings work for you, and which you need to practice more.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went bishop c5, d4 and queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to top 8.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzlepack. Enjoy solving.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hi guys, it's Anish Giri here. In this video, we're going to take a look at the game that I played against a Spanish hustler on streets of Barcelona. It's a quick and a very exciting and action-packed game, so do check it out. It features one of my favorite openings, the Knight of Defense. Let's go. Okay, actually he's not really a hustler. Ruben is a very nice guy. Starts with e4, c5, knight f3, d6. What's your rating?
1750.
Opens Sicilian. Ruben knows his stuff. Knight f6, knight c3, a6. I asked him what his rating was, just to be sure he doesn't know too much theory. Bishop e2, reasonable line, trying to castle. e5. Yeah, he knew his theory. Knight here. Bishop e7, castle, castle. Both sides castling now. He should develop the bishop, I should develop my bishop. Or he can go for the f4 plan, which eventually he does. King h1, preparing f4, going out of this diagonal. Rook e8, all theory, I was prepped. f4, bishop e3, f4 first. f4. Knight c6. If f5, I'll go for knight b4 and d5 perhaps, or b5, b4. Bishop e3. Now I take. The bishop lost the tempo and bishop e3. Bishop takes f4. h6. Preparing bishop f8. Awaiting bishop g5. Queen d2. Wants to double. Bishop f8, rook d1, knight e5. Pressure zone. e4 pawn is weak, d6 pawn is weak. I've got pressure here. Maybe knight g6 opening the file, maybe b5, maybe bishop b7. What's Ruben gonna do? Ruben, by the way, owns a nice restaurant and a chess club that he invited us to. Nice guy. But likes to think. Not easy to find a plan for white here. Black is very comfortable. Maybe drop the bishop back. Maybe bring the knight into the center. Maybe a4, restricting b5. Which one is he gonna go for? Not easy. Bishop g3. Maybe intending bishop h4. Opening the f-file for the rook. Bishop h4 is not a real threat, so I go b5. Bishop h4, I've got g5, or even bishop e7. a3, preventing b4. Now I'll get comfortable development, pressuring the e4 pawn. With the knight and the bishop now. Bishop d3, very passive, but does defend the e4 pawn. Knight h5, I had other options, maybe rook c8, knight c4. But knight h5 forces the bishop to do something. He takes. I could take with the pawn or with the rook, but now already I spotted a very nice idea. There is an interesting theme here. Do you see that? Now intending something very tricky. Knight d5. Decent move. Now the queen should probably go here, but I had a little dirty trick. Takes, takes, and queen b6, taking away the square from the king. And now I started praying. Look at this. Look at me, trying to distract him. Looking at the queen side where all the action is centered around the king. I'm hoping. He will miss it. Will he miss it? Oh no, knight d4 very strong. If I take, he's got bishop h7 check. Prevents my idea, but I'm not sure he sees it. Now, the shameless and shameful moment is coming up. I want my dirty trick to work. Oh, this is greasy. Rook b8. This is completely stupid, but I'm inviting a fork. Oh no, my rook. Look, I'm shaking the head. All part of the act. Actually, this is a mistake. You should first go g4 now, hit the knight, and then go knight c6. White has the upper hand, as you can see here in the evil bar. But I'm shaking my head, hoping for knight c6 right away. And he's falling for it. He's falling for it. Will he fall for it? Yeah, he'll fall for it. Knight c6. And now knight g3. The satisfaction. Look at that smile. Look at the smile of the shameless. Or shameful. Both shameless and shameful top grandmaster. Look at that glee. Oh, disgusting. He fell for it. GG, yo.
I asked for it.
I did ask for it. So if you enjoyed the video and more importantly, you want to also crush the chess hustlers in your city, then go get my Night of course at Chessable. It will give you a complete lifetime repertoire against the first move 1e4 and have you covered with an exciting and a sharp weapon. Good luck. Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, then d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
I'm going to talk about my games from this season of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
The idea of h4 is very direct. I want to play h5, open up the king side, and potentially check my team.
Alan continued with trying to put some pressure here on the e6 pawn. And c5, knight's doing a great job here, both potentially for some attacking ideas, but also defending the e6 pawn.
Rook g8 still doesn't spoil anything, but rook takes g7 is a gross mistake now, because rook c8 is still easily winning.
Aimchess breaks down your games by the opening, and tells you how you're scoring after the first 15 moves, so you can quickly learn which openings work for you, and which you need to practice more.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went bishop c5, d4 and queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to topic.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzlepack. Enjoy solving.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Welcome everyone to the Aimchess Rapid 2022. We've got 16 of the most exciting players in the world, including the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, but he's being chased by a whole horde of youngsters. Well, they seem like youngsters to me anyway. We had a really exciting opening day, and in the lead we have from Uzbekistan, we have Nodibek Abdusatorov, looking very impressive, and well, we know how strong he is in rapid play, but following him we have Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Magnus Carlsen, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Vincent Keimer, Richard Rapport. Well, there's a whole host, and of course it's very early days. I'd like to just very quickly go through a couple of the games that we saw yesterday, because we saw some fantastic chess played. And with me, a special commentator, Peter Svidler. How are you, Peter?
Hello and welcome, everyone. Very happy to be here, and I continue to. I'm very happy about today because I think you were missing in my Pokemon collection. You know, I seem to be over the years, you know, collecting all the best commentators in the world, and I think you were missing from the set. And now finally we get to do things together. Or maybe we?
We have. I just can't remember when.
Yeah, just as I was, launching into this speech, I realized this is probably incorrect. But yeah, my memory is also not what it used to be, which is excellent for this event because there are so many games you can't possibly, remember them all, and nobody will expect me to. very, very interesting to watch yesterday, though, the things that I have seen.
Well, let's just start with an absolutely incredible game, which was, if I can drag it up on the screen, this game between Shahriar Mamedyarov and Anish Giri, which, well, games are starting very quickly, but I would like to just play through this one. Peter, I know you've seen this game as well. Just give us your very brief impressions.
Well, I scrolled through it. There was absolutely no time for me to try and figure out, whether any of this sacrificial stuff is actually correct, whether this works for white or not. But, for a rapid game, this is just sensational, right? This is absolutely fantastic by Shah. And even if, the engines defend it somehow, it really doesn't, lessen my enjoyment of it, to be honest.
We've seen Shah do this kind of castle queenside, hack him up on the king side on many occasions.
Absolutely, he's done it to me.
Oh, right. But
very much so. Yeah. I've been on the receiving end of this.
Yeah, and it is just so impressive. I think particularly in rapid play, we see a player's essential character coming through. We know Shah is a very all-round player. He can play any kinds of chess. But in his heart, he's an absolute beast of an attacking player.
Oh, yeah. I think, that's what all of us love. I think most of us, at least, I don't know about all, but most of us, I think, enjoy the idea of giving mate very much. But people are, not everyone is doing it as well as everybody else. And yeah, Shah is just stunning when he gets an opportunity to play a game like this. It's just a pleasure to watch, in particular when he is in full flight. And judging by this example, he should be a very, very difficult player to handle in this tournament. Yeah, this is him playing very, very good chess, obviously.
But in the lead, we have Noribek Abdusatorov. There is
the world champion.
A world champion, indeed. As if the Olympiads, we needed confirmation, but the Olympiad showed that there is a real generational shift taking place. And we have some fantastic representatives of the younger generation here, not just Abdusatorov, but we have Vincent Keimer, we have Gukesh, we have Eric Geisy. They're pretty good, aren't they?
They are very, very good. And I covered the Olympiad from start to finish, and they were absolutely always going to be the ones to watch, so to speak. We kind of knew that going in with Peter Leko, and by the way, I think all of us would like to very much wish Peter the earliest recovery and all the very best. He's been under the weather, and all the best to him. Let's hope it goes away quickly. So they were always going to be my favorite players to watch for the Olympiad, but I think very, very few people would have predicted just how well they will do. But yeah, I think if there was a question at any point, the Olympiad in Chennai removed it entirely.
Exactly.
This is going to be the future of chess, and the future is very, very close at hand. It's not any kind of distant future. It's
exactly. We are witnessing it now, and I think we should go to one of the representatives of the younger generation. Let's start with Vincent Keimer, 17 years old, from Germany, and playing the man we've just mentioned, Shahriar Mamedyarov. So let's just go through these opening moves. Cagey start from Vincent.
Well, not cagey as much, I would say. I wouldn't call this is what people do when they don't really want to play the absolute mainline theory, which is, I would guess, what I will say about this is it's slightly surprising from a Peter Leko pupil, because Peter is famously one of the foremost theoreticians of this and a couple of previous ages as well. And I think his general approach to these things is to be as principled and as straightforward as possible. He has never shirked from the responsibility of learning openings properly, having ideas everywhere, and going for the most central lines.
That's a very interesting point. So basically, this shows great confidence from Vincent. He's showing, well, listen, I'm not just someone that relies on my great theoretical knowledge, which indeed he has. He says, okay, I'm just going to play chess, because obviously this is not a way of trying to, win from straight.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a very good point. And I think he's, very understandably, he's been growing in confidence in recent times. He's been on everyone's radar really for a number of years already. Like he won the Grand K Open, I want to say in 2018, right? And he qualified for the Grand K Classic 2019. I guess the last one, because the pandemic hit in 2020.
Pandemic, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The 2020 did not happen. The tournament did not. I mean, the year did happen after a fashion.
It did, frankly.
After a fashion, yeah.
It's all a big mush now.
But the tournament didn't, and I mean, it was very obvious that he was extremely promising even then. But since then, he played in a number of very high-profile events, and I think his results have been steadily improving. I think he is, a very nice Anish quip during the Chennai Olympiad was, he said that we have just witnessed Gukesh cross the 2700 barrier for the last time. And
very good.
I don't really want to jinx the youngsters, but when you talk about a lot of them, and I think Vincent very much belongs in that conversation, you do get this feeling, right, that they have all now crossed the 2700 barrier. Most of them have, at least. And yeah, we're not expecting them to cross it again.
Yeah, very
for quite some time, maybe when they're 45 and about to hang up the boots.
In fact, I'm just looking at the live rating list, and Vincent is exactly at 2700. 17 years old. It is very impressive. So, okay, let's look at the position on the board. In a way, nothing to write home about, but listen, we still have all the pieces on the board.
Absolutely, yeah. Some stuff will get traded off because the knights on d4 and c6 can't really support this kind of pressure for too long. Some kind of a trade will eventually happen. You get the feeling that, because of the structure is so symmetrical and black has no weaknesses, it shouldn't be very much. But currently, you still have some ideas. Like if you take on d4, the bishop lands on d4, the queen has to spend a tempo going somewhere. White might have some knight e5 jumps to follow it up with. Black still needs to be a little bit careful. Although, of course, yes, it's very, very level just due to the fact that it's so symmetrical. Rook at d8 is very natural, yeah. But then, exactly as you're pointing out, you are very much inviting some kind of knight g5 stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, he's gone for it, so
yeah. Well, we have bishop e8, we have knight e5.
That's
so
true.
And white, apart from this, specifically the move knight g5 itself, there's really no way to immediately follow it up with anything very exciting. So I don't really know if knight g5 does very much. I think we probably go queen e2. Yeah, exactly. We continue improving very, very gradually. I sort of like the move knight of 6e4 here, just to open this diagonal and maybe put it on d6 once again, like reinforcing the protection of the f7 square. And it's not necessary at all. I think bishop e8 is a very healthy move as well, like opening up the d file, or slightly overprotecting the f7 square, just kind of tidying up.
Okay, well, nothing particularly outrageous going on there. I'd like to switch to
that one is very,
Eric
very interesting.
And Anish Giri. So we already have a highly unorthodox position on the board. Rook on g4. Now let's go right from the beginning. Hansen with white, Anish Giri black.
Yeah, this is the advanced Gara, the line that I've been playing for 20 plus years, and this particular subline of the advanced Gara I have very, very poor memories of. Because I think I lost a very painful game to Viktor Laznichka in the Tromsø Olympiad in 2014, where I played knight bd2 basically on autopilot, and after c5 and a couple of more moves, I realized that this is not actually the file that the coaching team of my team sent me. And I realized sort of simultaneously that A, they will not be very happy with me, and B, my position is not great either. That wasn't a very good game, but I'm pretty sure Eric has some kind of a more interesting clue, because what I did is just very, very incorrect. Bishop e3 is already a deviation from that game, by the way. I castled, and I think if you castle and black plays bishop g4, specifically bishop g4 in that position, maybe it is already black for choice. But bishop e3 is an attempt to maybe improve on it. Bishop e4 is chosen here by Anish, and a very, very interesting follow-up by Eric here. Knight g5, giving up the pawn on g2, and then the spectacular rook lift after rook g1, knight bishop e4, takes, and rook g4. Knight g5 played. I assume we take on e4. That rook is a bit awkward though, because I guess it has a safe square on a4. I guess we are not that worried. Like rook takes e4, black can actually play f5, and I don't even think it's a poor move necessarily.
Yeah.
But I was specifically wondering where is the rook going, but I think it goes to a4, and I think it actually is positioned somewhat okay on a4, considering we might be playing endgames pretty soon. Yeah, or starting with that. Yeah, that I actually kind of endorse that, because with the king on e1 and the destroyed king side, I think we are actually incentivized to make this an endgame as early as possible.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. As you say, if the rook is pushed here, then I suppose white could look
f4 bishop f3. Yeah, that's a very solid
f3
plan.
Yeah, exactly. There he goes, rook on a4. Yeah, f4 bishop f3, and that's a huge bishop on f3. And yeah, the rook actually is achieving quite a lot.
If we get those moves in, I think as white, we are reasonably happy with how things are progressing. f4 might be met by knight g4. It's a bit of an awkward move, but just to make sure, not make sure, but to attempt to distract us from our plan of putting the bishop on f3, perhaps incentivize white to trade it.
Black's development, not great.
Not great, yeah. White has a very large issue here. I think only one really. Is that the knight on b3 is not really doing very much currently. But maybe there are some positions in which knight a5, for instance, becomes a move. This is a very unusual endgame.
Yeah, I have to say, well, I don't know, first glance, feels like black has more problems to solve than white here.
Yeah, I think I'm picking white if I have to pick right now.
Let's move on. I'd like to look at Rapport against Carlsen.
We should be showing the first 4 moves in
exactly.
In this
Here we go. So Richie, good old Richie, against Magnus Carlsen. Here we go. Are you ready, folks? A4. Ta-da. Okay, what's your feeling, Peter?
I do not know what this is. I have no idea what this is. It's I mean, we've achieved, like, if we look at the current position, some explanation maybe starts presenting itself. But yeah, I'm not sure if I'm in love with this idea. I think it can be ignored. I think it can also be very well met by a7, a6. I'm just not sure what this achieves.
The funny thing is, if we flip the colors round, then there are analogous positions in the English where a5 with black turns up, well, occasionally, let's put it like that. But somehow with white, it never gets played. So, well,
yeah, it's very odd, and yeah, I haven't really formed an opinion, but
it can't be that bad.
Well, yeah, it can't be, but I also don't know why it's supposed to be so great for white. I think it's mainly just, Richard in particular, I think very much likes being, unorthodox and quirky in openings. Yeah. So I think it's very much up his alley just to meet g5, b6 with a4, sort of just because, because it's there, and why not?
I seem to remember Richie has actually beaten Magnus before.
Yeah, I think that was in one of the Vikings tournaments some years back, right?
Yeah, and then again, Magnus has also had, I can recall one absolutely spectacular win in the Taimanov, I think it was, where Magnus had a beautiful win. But anyway, let's see. So.
And Magnus also very, very curiously, Magnus goes knight h5, the bishop draws back to d2, and Magnus says, yeah, I'm not putting it back on f6. If you want to play e4, play your e4, I don't care. All of these like little interplays here are very, very curious. And c6 is a very interesting move as well, because it would appear that the entirety of White's plan is to put it on b5 and say you can't really chase it away because you have already played a7, a5, so a6 is unavailable. And if you play 6, I'll put it on d6. And then the option gets presented to him, and it doesn't go to d6. So, I
mean, I'm assuming bishop a6 is
some sort of bishop a6 and maybe knight takes e5 to follow up. There has to be a tactical issue there.
Yeah. Okay, but now we have actually a very interesting situation where, of course, White has this very pleasant space advantage and can potentially use that e4 square. Well, perhaps with the queen, perhaps later on with the knight. But first of all, one has to think about this pawn as well. So it might be difficult for White to arrange stability.
Yeah, it's an interesting position, but it's a position where I think you have to be very, very energetic because your center is somewhat under pressure. Rook d8, knight c5, all kinds of things. On the other hand, if you manage to stabilize on the queen side White, as is often the case, this doesn't resemble your normal King's Indian attack, but it is in spirit still a King's Indian attack.
Yeah.
So you do occasionally just give mate on the king side in positions like this.
Exactly, but it's going to come down to fine detail, isn't it? I mean, whoops, that was of course a misfire. Yeah, I mean, just protecting the pawn, and at some moment, okay, one needs to take care of the e-pawn.
Yeah, we're sort of waiting for the knight on d5 to finally depart, which gives us an opportunity to perhaps to put the bishop on f4 to further support our pawn on e5, and then some sort of h4, h5, or h4, knight g5, and things of that nature, which have been sort of known from even the years when Bobby Fischer himself used to play this line with White. The extremely exciting winning plans connected with just giving mate on the king side have been well established for a while now. Looking through some other games very quickly, it seems like David Anton is much better against Daniel Naroditsky. This is not a good structure. In particular, with the bishop on g7 against one of the knights, in very, very simple terms, White will have more attackers against the pawn on d5 eventually than you will have defenders. Like to my naked, like first glance, I would actually say kind of borderline winning for White. Maybe this is an overstatement, but really does feel like that to me.
Peter, let's just see very quickly how we got.
This line. Okay.
I never feel putting a knight here is very scary, but well, we're about to find.
Well, this has become very, very topical and has to be treated quite respectfully. And what Daniel is doing here is supposedly one of the more topical ways of dealing with it. But then you run the risk of ending up exactly where he ended up.
To me, that looks just incredibly ugly.
Well, you're claiming here as Black, I think, is that you're sort of ahead in development and you have some kind of short-term activity, but that short-term activity did not really pay off. And yeah, like somewhere here already, it feels like things have gone badly. Yeah, things have gone badly off the rails for Black. So yeah, somewhere between move 10 and move, I don't know, 17, Daniel has not managed to find the best play, I would assume, because yeah, he shouldn't have been doing so poorly out of the opening, but this is extremely unpleasant. Like the moment White actually mounts any kind of a pressure against the pawn on d5, I mean, I don't really want to criticize the move g3, but I was actually kind of wondering about knight f1, knight g3, knight f2, knight f4. We just need to attack the pawn on d5 somehow.
So back here.
Yeah, I mean, a knight kind of needs to be on f4 or on c3, and then the Black position will really start creaking at the seams.
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering about dropping. Let's just go back here. So that's the position we've got. Of course, the knight can start to come around.
Yeah, that one's probably is easier to arrange. And in general terms, G3, King G2 is extremely correct in these types of structures. You want to create the luft, and you also want to be, specifically, you want to be restricting the bishop on G7 as much as possible, which is why we're playing G3 and not H3, for instance.
I mean, black will basically, once the knight comes to D3, then it'll induce D5.
I think Daniel correctly is trying to maybe bring the bishop over to D6, where it maybe will cover some squares, because on G7 it really is completely and utterly cut off from everything. But it, like, strictly speaking, this is just horrible. This is...
Okay, but white still needs to actually execute the plan of attacking the pawn. So, yeah. I mean, like I said, once the knight reaches D3, I mean, G5 just prevents the knight coming to F4 anyway. So,
but if we provoke G5, we've achieved something. I'm sort of, I mean, worried is not the right word to use here, but I do think that at least against the knight on D3, we're either playing H5, bishop H6, or we are playing bishop F8, bishop D6. I would not be, ecstatic about the prospect of having to add G6, G5 to our list of problems here.
Sure.
As well.
Yeah. Understood, but okay,
yeah, we'll see.
Still got to put it away. Okay, let's continue our little tour. Let's go to Arjun Erigaisi playing against Niels Grandelius. We'll go right from the top.
Oh, I thought this was a London, but it wasn't. Yeah, because there are some lines in the London as well where black allows this trade on F6 and then allows this particular change of the structure where seemingly there is a completely indefensible Isolani on D5. And my good friend Alexander Grishuk has been doing this with black reasonably regularly. And I think the first time I saw that, I thought, like, what is this? How can this not be just absolutely horrible? But apparently it really isn't. Apparently attacking this pawn on D5 is not easy at all. And also the way Niels is playing here, it's quite obvious that he will be trying to launch some kind of an attack on the king side, with him having castled along. I think some sort of H4, G5, G4 is the dream. I don't know if he gets there, because I think H4 actually gets ignored. Very similarly to the, I mean, it's a very difficult structure to the position we discussed in the game between David Anton and Daniel Naroditsky. But in a way, it's similar in spirit, because I think we're playing G3.
Yeah. So Queen C7 played, of course. This
is clever. This is clever.
Just to provoke
something.
Yeah. And so once the pawn, one of these pawns advances, then black knows what to play against. So H3. Okay. So gives a little something to bite on.
Yeah, and now we have a very obvious plan of trying to blast everything open. However, for black, the issue is if you play G5 and it doesn't result in you actually delivering mate on the king side, you've ruined your position to a very, very large degree, because you're giving up the F5 square for the for the knight on D4. Apologies for loss of voice here. So
I think I might want to just, okay, being a chicken, I might just want to put my king on B8 before.
Yeah. And maybe even return the queen to D7 to make knight F5 difficult, more difficult to play.
Yeah.
This is a very interesting position. Yeah, I don't know what I think about it. King B8 is on the board, by the way. Yeah. And the last couple of games we haven't touched on yet. Nodrik Beck, our tournament leader, is actually under pressure. Our chat was telling us that Vidit has a very nice position against.
From the top, here we go. So Queen's Gambit, exchange variation, and this topical idea with A5 and B5. Again, I mean, this is modern chess, isn't it? Frowned upon in times past, but now absolutely standard way of playing for black.
Yeah, it has become sort of the accepted way of creating counterplay on the queen side, and then doing exactly what Nodrik Beck is doing here. Knight C4 is an integral part of what we are trying to achieve here, because it gets rid of one of the bishop pair. But white I had this discussion during our coverage of the European Club Cup, because I wasn't at all sure that this is so great. And on the opposing side of this argument was Laurent Fressinet, who actually looked at these types of structures with Magnus. So he was very much arguing that, no, this is playable and we shouldn't really be panicking about these things. But it really does feel like you're dancing on a very, very thin edge here.
You mean black?
For black, yeah.
Yeah.
But he is seemingly doing sort of okay so far, because let's say you imagine black actually getting the move b5, b4. Oh, and a shout out to friends of mine who we had the discussion about this particular linguistical quirk of saying the move b5, b4 instead of just b5, b4. Where do you stand on that, by the way, Danny?
Instead of just saying b4?
Yeah, just saying if black gets to play b4 instead of, or saying black gets to play the move b4.
I would say black gets to play b4.
You are in the right camp on this one, I think.
No, yeah. I'm not a completist algebraic.
Yeah, so if that happens, I think black's position improves very significantly. And it seems like Norderbeck is on the verge of actually getting there. Taking on e6 is not very attractive because black, of course, I think will recapture with the pawn, and that drives away the f5 knight and also stops the other knight from ever coming to d5. So I don't think that trade, I mean, the trade might actually happen. It just shouldn't happen on the e6 square as far as I'm concerned for white here.
What I find interesting about this position is that white has kind of achieved everything he wants to achieve. You know, got the knight on f5, has a very pleasant center. Black has just sent the pieces back, but actually, you know, where is white going? Because black has actually sort of defended. Well, now we might see where he's...
I actually like this very much, because what Vidit is doing here, and he's trying to establish a square for the c3 knight, which is a better square than, let's say, a4 or really any other, because this way he gets to cut off the connection between the bishop on a6 and the pawn on c4, and black will have to solve that issue somehow. It's very double-edged, though, because you are, in a way, making black closer to creating passers on the queen side when you do that. But yeah, it's a very interesting sharp position. Chat seems to be very much demanding, pretty much the Vincent Keimer game.
Okay, let's go back. Is it things happening? Let's go. Okay,
things definitely have happened. Yeah. So this looks very dangerous for black all of a sudden.
So this is roughly where we left it, and here we go. Knight e5. Queen has found.
Yeah. And it seems like you know, Shah is doing all the logical things, but his position is definitely not improving. Yeah, and the queen on a2 is extremely dangerously placed. In fact, like my immediate reaction, if I had this position with white, I would start looking for ways to just capture it. Knight b4 wins material, right? Knight b4 wins something, but maybe there is something stronger.
Okay, I'm just.
If you play queen a3, I can play rook a1, and that wins the queen. I mean, you do get the rook and the piece for it if you take and play rook d1 check.
Sorry, let me just come back. And if queen a5, is there?
Well, at the very least, I have knight takes a6, but or knight c6 actually. Hang on, bishop takes c6. Then?
Oh, bishop c6. Oh, yeah. Okay,
yeah.
Not so clear.
So we have a choice here between knight takes a6, which is kind of boring, or maybe knight g5 and then knight takes f6 and going for the attack. But Vincent has done something different and something that looks very attractive to me. He's played queen b8, attacking the bishop on e8 because bishop takes f6, queen takes e8 was a threat. And now after bishop b5, yeah, we might have improved versions of all the things that we were discussing. Knight b4 played now. If queen a5 now, I guess knight c6 just ends the game, right? Because bishop takes 6 no longer is a move.
Yeah.
And then we win the entire house with knight takes c7 to come. And queen a3, once again, if all else fails, we can just be a queen up, right? Yeah. Which is never such a horrible idea. Shah does play queen a5. I guess knight c6, he does have queen a3. But this looks like it should be winning for white. I'd be shocked if it wasn't.
Okay,
we just need to find the most precise way of putting this to bed.
Yep. Okay, so after knight d5, there's queen a3.
Yeah, I think queen a3 happens against any of the most obvious knight jumps. Nothing else makes any sense. Whether we play knight 6 or knight d5, I don't think it might even be irrelevant. Yeah, knight 6, queen a3 will be blitzed out. But I think the issue for Schach is that white still has rook a1 as a very useful tempo. We can even take on e7 first, I think, and then go rook a1. And we will just be yeah, he's gone with this. And now 97, 95, I think, wins material.
Yeah, it's of course it's very pleasant that the king has to step into the beam of the bishop. Yeah. Okay. This is fantastic.
Yeah, Vincent is doing very, very well. I think 97, king g7, 95 wins the exchange, as far as I can tell. Because in the end, the bishop, in the end, the bishop on f8 will be hanging, right?
Yep.
And somehow in the game that I think managed not because I distracted you. You were about to show it to the viewers. I think Gukesh has beaten Hare Krishna.
Oh, already.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is just a full piece. I don't know where it went. Like the last time I looked, Black had the full complement of pieces, but now one is gone.
For the first time I've seen this game, so I'm going to go through in lightning fashion.
This is the Morozevich Slav, which is
Morozevich Slav. Oh, okay. I thought it was Ivar Alekan.
Well, yes, but G5 specifically, I think, is Morozevich Slav, right? I understand your point, but I think this specific subline is. Yeah. I just went knight c5 here and got taken. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
I guess he maybe did not really have a better move anymore. I think maybe the previous move, rook g8, maybe was not best, but looks like Black is in trouble anyway, because things are very, very uncomfortably placed. You can't play knight c5 here because we take on g8 and go queen e5 check, win the piece. Knight f6 looks very stilted. So my guess would be this is probably not a good position anyway, but of course, rook g8 followed by knight c5 doesn't really look very good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering about knight f8, but...
yeah, well, at the very least, we'll take on h5.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just looks very, very pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, Gukesh starts with a very, very comfortable victory in round 1 today.
I'd like to... It looks like Vincent is...
Yeah, the line we're talking about actually
on the road.
On the board,
yeah, I'll just recap that very, very quickly, just so we know where we're at. So knight e7, and yes, this pin is fatal. And
yeah, this is the issue, that the bishop on f8 is hanging here, so you can't really take on d5. Schach tried playing bishop d6, but I very much like this idea of queen h8, queen d4, just re-centralizing your queen. We are, after all, an exchange and a pawn up. If the queens come off, it's very, very trivially winning for white.
No black rook to work with the bishops, so it looks like Vincent is going to put that one away. Let's go to Richard Rapport against Magnus Carlsen, and we left it around here.
Yeah, some trades have happened, and it seems like Magnus really isn't doing that poorly anymore. He did manage to get some material off the board, and yes, white still has the bishop pair and maybe the d6 square, but I think the only piece that really makes a huge splash on the d6 square is the knight, and I don't think it gets there.
5 minutes against 3.5 minutes. Interesting. I mean, the knight can defend the king. I mean, I'm looking at whether in some positions the queen is just going to...
I'm actually a bit surprised by bishop b4. I would have played knight f8 just to make sure that we have a blockading knight ready to go to d7 the moment. Like if we're forced into this trade, yeah, I think this is the explanation. Yeah, that he's given himself the b7 square for the queen, so that queen d6 no longer forces the queen trade.
Yeah. So maybe, I mean, Magnus might, this knight, reserves the right to pop out. I mean, I'm thinking about stuff like this, where the knight might well pop out, and then the king has some room, and suddenly, could this swing in black's favor?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. If something like this happens, it becomes kind of annoying for white. I don't know if it's that horrible yet, but I think you probably want to throw in queen d8 check. If you're going to play knight h4 or knight e1, you want to get that knight committed to the f8 square.
Yeah, true.
And then you go knight h4. Because I really hate the idea of it landing on g5.
Yeah, and that looks safe enough. Just wonder if this, I mean, considering that the bishop is essentially not playing a part in the game, I'm just wondering whether this knight can reroute somewhere, and maybe can we play knight c7? I'm trying to sort of get the queen out of the way and use the knight creatively, but not so easy.
It's not that easy, and very importantly, the pawn on b6 is hanging.
Yeah.
So like something like queen f3 would be very, very good in that final position that you had on your screen, but white actually gets a decent amount of counterplay due to the fact that the pawn on b6 gets picked up.
Okay, let's go back to the game that we started with, actually. Eric Hansen, Nishikori. Well, it looks like white is a piece down.
Yeah, the piece got misplaced along the way somewhere. Let's take a look how. Okay.
Okay, well, now that does look like some counterplay.
That's tremendous amounts of counterplay for Anish here, and Eric ends up. I don't know if that was a blunder or a kind of a desperation sacrifice just to get yourself some time to establish counterplay on the queen side, because despite being a full piece down, I would say that maybe white is not entirely helpless with the bunch of pawns that are now running on the queen side. It looks bad, but it doesn't look as bad as some other full piece down positions you could mention. You can definitely imagine if white gets some time, some counterplay actually becoming relevant. But I think what actually happens in this position is that you get mated, like g5, g4, rook b8.
I was going to say, if these pawns advance, I mean, it actually takes a fair bit of effort to roll the queenside pawn. So I think,
white is not doing well. Yeah.
No,
we know this much. The question is whether there are any practical chances to save this. I would say yes, there are, but Anish should be converting this, in my opinion. Vidit apparently is doing really, really well against the tournament leader. Our chat is informing us.
Okay.
So he's an exchange up now, and it does look like he's basically winning.
Okay, quick recap.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. This is where we left
it, a4 before knight b5, and okay, black took, and this pawn is still alive. Very importantly, I guess maybe Nojibek underestimated just how annoying that d6 pawn will be. And
okay, let's just look at why this one went. So I see. Okay, so rook d7. There's a problem with
knight b8 is possible. I think knight e5 might be even stronger, actually. Knight b8, there is bishop takes d5.
Oh, that's
but
true.
Knight e5 is just extremely painful.
Ah, very good.
You're running out of good squares, and now d7 probably just wins a ton of material.
And very true. Yeah.
So he had to sacrifice an exchange, but even the current position, he has seemingly a very dangerous passer on b3, but it's completely controlled by the bishop on d4. And the white passers, on the other hand, are just going to win the game. So resignation is, I think, very much in order somewhere about now.
Interesting stuff. So Vidit needs that. He's on 5 at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just looking at results. Gukesh 1, Kaimer 1. It's just a quick recap. I think Mamedyarov actually gave up in that position.
Not unexpectedly. It's not a good position.
We have Gukesh. We've seen that one already. We've got a draw in Anton against Naroditsky. Interesting.
Actually, yeah, Dani actually held this position very comfortably. He got this bishop f8, bishop d6 maneuver, and yeah, I'm not a fan of what David did here, but he did have enough to launch this counterplay, and it saved the game for him. But should count as at least a little bit of a miss for the Spanish player.
Okay, I know we're darting back and forth now, but let's go to Rapport against Carlsen. Let's just stick with this.
Magnus is a pawn up here. Yeah, Magnus has a very pleasant position now.
Let's go back. So somehow Richie contrived to, I see, instead of just recapturing here, he's flicked in bishop f3. And whipped off the h-pawn.
And now the one last remaining piece of the puzzle is exactly this. Yeah, how do we get the knight on f8 back into the game? And I think if we can play g6, we're very much kind of, whoa, g6, b4, blitzed out by Richie. I guess Richie just doesn't believe this position can be saved by retreating, so he is trying to introduce
also, of course,
modicum of chaos. Yeah, that as well. Yeah, that's a very good point. So we go... And of course, the point is we're trying to get to the c5 square for the bishop on e3.
Let me just
AB, we go a5 here.
A5, right? Exactly. So if this is taken, then bishop c5 and...
well, let's try to play king g7 in this position. No, take on before a5 and play king g7 there.
Oh, okay.
My issue is that if you take on b6, I think queen takes b6 might be the idea, but in fact, I'm controlling the queening square here. I can take this knight, go b7, knight d7, and I have bishop f3 in the end.
Very true.
This looks lost. I can maybe even throw in b3 to make my conversion easier. So yeah, AB a5 on the board. I think king g7 will also be played, and maybe Richie will actually have to play knight g2 in that position. But if the knight goes back when the f8 knight is unpinned, I think we're quite happy to take on a5, bishop takes e5, we move, b3 even. Okay, so Magnus found an even more concrete way of dealing with the threats, yeah.
Oh, you played b3, okay.
He just played b3 here. He says, yeah, I don't believe you have any threats, and whereas my threat of just queening my b-pawn is going to be very, very efficient. Yeah, this looks crushing.
Okay, so crushing. This could be very big for Magnus.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda, in the meantime, has to be completely winning against Aditya Mittal. We glossed over this game altogether, I think, so far. But yeah, Black will very likely win this endgame. The opposite color bishops provide, a semblance of hope, but not really.
Okay. And of course, the time doesn't help as well. 4 minutes remaining for Jan-Krzysztof, and Aditya has, well, down to the wire, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, let's stick on Magnus's game.
It's not long for this world, so yeah, we should.
No.
It's about to be over. Queen c7 was a very cute attempt there by Richie, but he will get mated. He will get his second queen as well, but while he's getting his second queen, he'll get mated on the h1 square.
Let's just show that. So yeah. This takes here, b7, rook.
Rook, yeah. Let's go rook. Yeah, very much endorse this. Rook. No, I mean, not really. Not really.
Okay, so
in fact, I think he probably just resigns here. I don't see any way to continue because you don't really have any threats, and b1 queen happens next move.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. No defense. Queen exchange. The pawn just goes through, and yeah, game over. It's if we're just coming back to this position, it's here that Richie was obviously worried about that knight floating back into the game, and so he decided he wanted to exchange it off, but he obviously underestimated this move, bishop f3. And let's just have a look what happens if it's taken. Then suddenly this is
yeah, everything is hanging. The knight will also come in at some point. Yeah, this looks bad. You might argue this maybe looks slightly better than what he got, but not really. b3 is also hanging, which is maybe the most relevant part, because you can play queen d8 to lure the knight away, and then play, let's say, bishop e1, but your entire structure on basically every side of the board is going to be under pressure.
Richie has indeed resigned. Let's go to, where do we want to go to? Arjun Erigaisi against
Niels. Yeah,
Niels
was doing fine, and now I don't know if he still does. It looked like he was doing quite well, but now White made a tremendous amount of progress on the queen side, and it feels like Arjun is in control. Ideas of just a5, a6, and then knight b5, they might cost black, or the immediate knight b5, as the case may be. They're very, liable to cost black the entire piece there.
Quick recap of how we got there, because we left it around here. b4, that's an interesting move. So he just wants to just prise things open with b5. I almost said b4, b5 there, but I caught myself just in time.
Somewhere around here, I thought this doesn't look like very much for White, but then things have gone off the rails a bit for Niels. Yeah, I still don't really understand how the king was ever pushed away from b6. Okay, now we understand.
So that's how.
Yeah, that's how. Rook c8 seems a bit careless. I really think if he doesn't play rook c8 there, he is just not even remotely worse. Like, you play bishop c5 here, or honestly any kind of sensible move. But rook c8 does appear to be a very major mistake.
Okay, so obviously if pawn takes, then this one, and that's an issue. So the king had to step back, and suddenly, yeah, the whole thing is broken, basically.
And yeah, still, the game is still continuing because black is still trying to hang on bravely, but you do get the feeling that something bad is about to happen.
Looks like it. Okay, and the only other game in progress is Mitar against Duda. So let me
which is not very exciting either. Yeah, with Jan-Krzysztof is not going to let this go. It's just a very, very casually winning position. Eventually, you just queen the e-pawn, I guess, with the king on h1 also being in horrible straits. So even switching to the idea of a mating attack at some point is not entirely out of the question.
Yep, and particularly with the rooks split as, whoops, that was a misfire. Yeah, rook split as well. It's not going to help the cause. So yeah, well, anyway, it's just lost.
Yeah. Yeah, this one, we know how this one ends. So we should be watching the Erigaisi Grandelius game to the end. And I guess by the time this one ends, Jan-Krzysztof will have won as well. You still have to be a little bit precise here with White, but on the other hand, it's not that easy to misplay this position horribly, because even, let's say, if black wins the a6 pawn, very often they will need to dedicate their entire force to achieve that, and in the meantime we will be able to just collect something on the king's side. So even that is not really such a nightmare scenario. The biggest issue I see here for White is that knight on b7, which is kind of stuck.
I just said the biggest issue might be the fact that he's got not many seconds on the clock as well.
That as well. Hang on a second. This is now kind of unclear, right? We can play g4 check. The king will have to drop back, and then we can try to take on a6 and launch some kind of counterplay. We will have to give up a few things on the king side. There is g3, g2, by the way. If I play d3 check here, where do you go with your king?
It's a good question.
Do you go back or do you go to c3?
I'm a little concerned. I'm slightly concerned about c3 because pawn might go on again. But if I'm going,
but then you do have rook a1, yeah. But king d1 is probably the the quote unquote sane choice. But Maybe it's just better. Yeah, maybe it's just stronger. Niels goes with rook a6. I think it's important to give a check on e5 immediately, not to give the c5 square for the black king.
True.
So we do it first, and then we trade, and then we take on g6. Exactly. Yeah, knight e5, king d6. Now we snap on e6. We snap on g6. I think maybe if the black pawn was on h6 and not h5, this would have been maybe even a manageable position in some cases. But because white has a very, very simple way of winning the h-pawn by just attacking it twice, knight f4 and then back to g6, black is probably not going to be fast enough here, I feel.
Maybe flick this one in first. Or am I allowing something? Oh, then the knight comes back to e6. But
yeah, I would prefer just to be as forceful as possible here.
You just want to take it. You just want to take it.
I guess the counterplay there is if we go king e5 and then after knight takes h5, maybe we go f4 or something. I'm actually not a fan of h5, h4 because in some strange way this makes it harder for black to get the king to good squares. Because now we go knight g6. King e5 is not going to be available due to it being an illegal move. And even if you, let's say you pass for a move and then you go king e5, next move, I will have knight g6 check once again, kicking it away from good squares. So I think this wasn't very precise, but maybe his position was already beyond repair. And now we just go g4, I think. We're not ecstatic about trading some pawns here for white. Or that, yeah, that is also very solid. That is also very solid. And the knight will come in by f3 eventually.
Okay, it looks like he's on easy street now.
Just g3, knight f3. And in the meantime, Jan-Krzysztof did give mate to Mittal, so that ended up as expected.
Let's just show that we like a checkmate.
Absolutely.
And there we go. And mate on g3. Not unexpected.
Yeah, so we can start doing a slight roundup of results. Right, Abdusattorov actually lost his game to Vidit, meaning that he will stay on 10. He will be joined by Magnus. He will be joined by Vincent, right?
Yeah,
and some others.
Four players on 10. We have Carlsen, Keimer, Abdusattorov, and Duda all on 10. We have Gukesh on 9, Vidit 8, Mamedyarov 7. Well, at the bottom,
there's actually a very, very remarkable sort of the points distribution, so to speak, is quite unusual for only 5 rounds in, because the haves are really kind of outpacing the have-nots already. You can see people who are already perhaps doing. I mean, it's 5 rounds out of 15. I shouldn't really be overselling it, but the people on 10 right now, they do look good for the qualification. And in 8th place, still sort of barely qualifying, but there's actually a tie for 8th through 10th on your screen there. A very illustrious tie, by the way. The people on 7 points currently include Shahriar Mamedyarov, Anish Giri, and Richard Rapport. So if that continues the way it is right now, it will be a very, very interesting scrap for the final qualifying points come day 4.
And as we mentioned at the start, we are seeing a shift in generation. We have Abdusattorov, Gukesh, Erigaisi. You see,
I mean, Keimer is currently tied for first with Nodirbak. So yeah, absolutely.
So the young guys are maintaining their form, playing extremely well. So
absolutely,
that's fascinating to see. Just to let everyone know that the next round will kick off in 7 minutes' time at the top of the hour. So we've got a few minutes before then. Just to mention, of course, the title of the tournament is the Aimchess Rapid. And if you haven't seen the Aimchess tool, It is very impressive indeed. This is a way of a tool that analyzes your own games and then gives you targeted exercise to, well, remedy those weaknesses in your game. It is very impressive indeed. For example, it analyzes whether you're finishing off games correctly. It looks at, if there are tactical weaknesses. It also analyzes your time management as well. It is a very impressive tool, I have to say, and they are offering 30% off during the tournament. So do check out Aimchess/try if you want to have a look at this, I think, very impressive tool. It's an analytical tool. You feed in your own games, and on the basis of what is discovered there, then it gives you targeted exercises. It's very interesting indeed.
We do live in a very interesting time in terms of all the new shiny toys we have to improve our chess. The most obvious ones being, of course, the absolute wealth of knowledge in terms of opening study that is currently available online in all shapes and forms, but also things like Aimchess, which take a kind of a more holistic approach and which attempt to actually diagnose your leaks, so to speak, and to address them and to teach you exactly how to deal with the things which are currently somewhat lacking in your progress. So yeah, it's very, very interesting to see that kind of come into play with the advance of technology. And also, I think there's a lot of very interesting people working in the field right now. I think we are watching. The reason there is such an explosion of ways to study chess right now is due to the fact that a lot of tech-minded people, I think, have become interested in the game and are, using their expertise to create new ways of working on the game, which is very exciting to.
Absolutely, I was given a little tour of Aimchess the other day, and I have to say I found it very impressive. Peter, we're going to take a very short break.
Absolutely.
And then we will be back in about 4 minutes for the next round. So hopefully join us all then. We'll be back just in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Aimchess analysis boards let you take an opening position you don't recognize, and instantly find videos featuring that position from some of your favorite chess content creators.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went bishop c5, d4 and queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to topic.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzlepack. Enjoy solving.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Hi guys, it's Anish Giri here. In this video, we're going to take a look at the game that I played against the Spanish hustler on streets of Barcelona. It's a quick and a very exciting and action-packed game, so do check it out. It features one of my favorite openings, the Knight of Defense. Let's go. Okay, actually he's not really a hustler. Ruben is a very nice guy. Starts with e4, c5, knight f3, d6. What's your rating?
1750.
Opens Sicilian. Ruben knows his stuff. Knight f6, knight c3, a6. I asked him what his rating was, just to be sure he doesn't know too much theory. Bishop e2, reasonable line, trying to castle. e5. Yeah, he knew his theory. Knight here. Bishop e7, castle, castle. Both sides castling now. He should develop the bishop, I should develop my bishop. Or he can go for the f4 plan, which eventually he does. King h1, preparing f4, going out of this diagonal. Rook e8, all theory, I was prepped. f4, bishop e3, f4 first, f4. Knight c6. If f5, I'll go for knight b4.
Here we go. It's round 6 of the Aimchess Rapid, and the games are already underway. And I can see, well, the game we have on the board straight away is Noribek Abdusatorov against Domaraju Gukesh. So listen, let's stick with that one for the time being, as it's the battle of two of the most exciting talents in the world, actually.
Yeah, and they also have a bit of recent history, which I think bears repeating, because that was arguably the decisive game of the Olympiad. I think a very, very strong argument can be made for that, for that to have been the game that won the tournament for Uzbekistan, because Gukesh was more or less winning by move 15, winning basically in one move on move 20 or thereabouts, and then much, much better for much of the game in the match where on board 3, Pragnananda was also winning his game. And the match ended up being drawn because Gukesh first let slip his advantage, but he was still completely safe. And then in a display of, I think in a way, very admirable sort of youthful maximalism and ambition, continued playing for a win, pushing past the point of safety, and eventually losing that game, which cost India to the win in that match, made Uzbekistan save the match, and Uzbekistan, by winning the last round, ended up winning the whole thing.
What I found incredibly impressive about that, as you say, he really went for it, and he was striving to get the most out of the position, but that he actually bounced back afterwards. He actually managed to rationalize what he did in that game and actually to move on from it, because I can imagine, as you say, it was a defining moment in the Olympiad.
It would have been an absolutely crippling defeat to many people. I think, I start with myself. Like I handle things like that incredibly poorly, and to just kind of show up for the game on the next day
is extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. And that's what I found just remarkable, and just, I have to say, I'm really full of admiration for him as a player, but as a person as well.
Yeah, I've expressed very similar emotions about this whole episode before, and I can say it again, that the way he reacted to what must have been an incredibly traumatic thing was very, very mature and very impressive for someone that young. In the meantime, there is an unbelievably sharp position on the board, a position I'm sure both of them have seen before. This being
Peter,
kind of a topical.
I want to go back. I want to go back and just see exactly how we got there, because there seems to be just a little trend at the moment of playing very directly with black in these Ragozin systems, of just going knight e4 very quickly, or even if there's a pin with bishop g5, playing h6 g5 and then knight e4.
Yeah, this has been known for a while, and have even, despite really being a 1e4 player at heart all my life, I even have some very unfortunate personal history with this line. But Yeah, the idea here is you play knight c6, you wait for a move from white, and then you go in trying to corral this bishop on f4. And normally white actually does play bishop e3 here, which has its own plentiful theory. But knight d takes e4 here. I'm sure people know what this is, but for me, this is all very, very uncharted territory. And this position is already, like, it looks like some kind of a Martian landscape. Like, it's very, very unusual. My biggest question so far, I've been staring at it for like a minute, is what do we do against e3? But I suppose, yeah, but I suppose we can play d5, right? I suppose we can just ignore it and play d5, because the pawn on b4 will then not be, black can't take it because of queen a4 check. Queen h4, I think we can play g3. But maybe we get mated there. Like, this is so confusing. And e3, by the way, has been played. So we will find out what Neudeberg has planned here.
And this is, yeah, this is crazy. I was just wondering about some mad King's Gambit-y stuff.
I don't think I'm giving this check. My plan was to go fe, and then maybe then you play d5. Then you play d5. This is a much better version, by the way, because it makes it much safer for us to play g3 afterwards. Maybe, yeah, f3 played. So we've guessed it.
Queen f6, what's going on?
Queen a4, maybe. Just give ourselves the g1
Queen a4, my god.
I mean, maybe I get mated anyway, like bishop d7. Maybe I get mated.
Gee,
I am guessing here. I am very, very much guessing here. But
okay,
let's take. Let me try taking. Like, take bishop takes 6, b5. I do have the c2 square for.
Okay, the king sort of steps around here,
or at least attempts to, yeah. And you were, I shouldn't have stopped you. You were absolutely right about the King's Gambit. Why did I have to stop you? You were just absolutely spot on, and I just.
This has happened. This has happened.
Continued brave.
Yeah, and now I mean, he's played King d2. Interesting. I mean, I was just assuming bishop g2 here.
Bishop h3 maybe is annoying, right? Without gh.
Yes, true. But anyway, he's played, well, actually, you know, with hindsight, a far more sensible move. Of course, King d2, just so that the king has nice cover, and then we're sort of clear on the king side.
And bishop f5 immediately replied by Gukesh, trying to stop the king from running, you know, all the way to the queen side. Establishing, I think, a very strong third knight takes d4, which will be at least a perpetual in many of these positions if you take on d4 in reply, and maybe even more for black. So
very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Abdusattorov only just now on move 15 has gotten below the starting 15-minute threshold, so he absolutely knows what this is. It's a bit surprising he hasn't replied immediately, to be honest. I mean, he's been blitzing up until this point. And bishop f5 does look like a very logical move you should be analyzing. So
let me just point out a nice little helpmate.
Oh, that is such a fantastic diagram.
There we go, beautiful. So the queen, a nice little. It's not an epaulette mate. What do they call it?
Yeah, it pretty much. I mean, you need something on c2, right, for this to be a proper epaulette mate.
Yeah, no, I think they call it a gironde or I'll look it up. Can't remember.
It is called an epaulette mate.
A three-legged French table is called a I can't remember it. Anyway. So yeah, so
queen e1 obviously not the best move in the position. Yeah, not the best move in the position. What is the best move in the position is very difficult to say though. I don't like this for white. I'm kind of struggling to, you know, nominate anything here that attracts me.
I mean, we should just point out that
I still take on d4.
This is still a very awkward.
H takes g, maybe. But then we can play long castles here. This is so beautiful.
Oh my god, here we go. Long castles.
This is so cute.
Oh yes. We're gonna let me just put this on the board, and then we have here, and it is a very sweet checkmate. There we go. We're finding our helpmates very nicely now. This is good. So, okay, but that's on the board.
Yeah, bishop d2 hasn't been played yet. I'm kind of struggling really to maybe knight b5. I mean, knight b5 is just such an odd move, but it really does feel like we must be stopping knight takes d4, and I'm struggling to stop it.
Well, of course, it introduces rook takes c6, which could be very useful, actually.
My worry is bishop e4 here. My worry is black will just abandon the c7 pawn altogether, but will claim that they will collect more on the king side.
Indeed. I mean, yeah. I mean, if the
if GH happens with the rook on g1, it will cost you a rook. That's for sure. So yeah, I'm very confused because when king d2 appeared on the board, Nordebek had 15.5 minutes. Bishop f5 was played more or less instantaneously, and he's been thinking ever since, which is, very. Maybe we play d5 just to have something closing down the d file, but
d5.
But d5 long castles, like, it looks horrible. It looks like this cannot possibly be any good for white. Speaking like in terms of like very simple eye test, I don't claim to know anything about this position at all, but if you show it to me for the first time, I will immediately assume black is borderline winning, because the king on d2 is no longer really feeling very safe. We are not up any material. It's actually, despite this looking so completely alien, it's materially equal so far. The current position is 6 pawns against 6.
Yeah, I mean, this basically just wrecks white's position, doesn't it, after the pawn comes here? Because
if you have to play d5, you're really not very happy about anything. So perhaps we can let Nordebek think a little bit. There are some exciting positions elsewhere.
There are. Sorry, I was just thinking of more self-mates as well. Just before we move on, let me make a few random moves here. Well, anyway, you know where I'm going with this. I can't think of more random moves, but
rook e1 is good.
Yeah, rook e1. Okay, rook e1. Rook e1 would speed things. I was, of course, going to clear this, but we don't need to.
Rook e1 is pretty good here.
Yeah, that's the nicest one.
That construction is
very good.
Quite pretty as well. Yeah.
And on that note, I think we should probably move on.
Yeah, the one that attracts, exactly. The game between Naroditsky and Eric Gaisi is. This looks extremely dangerous for black.
Okay, back we go.
I mean, so far so good. A reasonably quiet Alapin, and then, Arjun just going for that pawn is kind of surprising to me, and in particular connected with his next move, because I think after rook c1, if you drop your queen back to a5, maybe I can sort of endorse it. But he went queen a3, which is really begging for exactly what Daniel has done.
Oh yes.
D5 and bishop c5, and
now, this is a dream for white.
Yeah, this is such a dangerous position for
black. The king cannot castle. We've got two beautiful bishops. We've got pieces about to launch into the attack. And
we're only 2 pawns down. We haven't really given up that much. For instance, we can play queen a4 here, and like I'm struggling to figure out how black is supposed to be finishing or rook e1. Rook e1 I'm not against at all. I was a little bit worried about knight f6 because it forces us to trade some pieces, but I think we're okay. I think we will, if knight f6 indeed does end up being the move, we will take on c6 and play queen a4 then. Like, all of these positions really look very, like, I'm once again trying not to oversell it, but if I had this with white, I would think I must be close to winning.
Doesn't look bad. Yeah, so immediate threat is just to take on d5, exploiting the pin.
Yeah.
So
knight d7 looks logical, just to reestablish control over the f8 square and try to castle.
I was going.
I think
which one, by the way?
I think d7. I think that's.
Okay.
But then, for instance, the issue is, after queen a4, you will have to give up. Like, if you castle here, it will cost you this exchange, I'm pretty sure. For instance, I can go rook ed1, queen c7, and after bishop takes c6 here, I think you have to take with the knight, because if you take with the pawn, I think queen a3, rook e8, and bishop d6 actually wins this knight outright, because I force your queen to a war square, and then I take on d7, and your back rank issues are
that's clean,
decisive. So yeah, in fact, just taking with the knight here after, like, let's say we continue with the same line, just exactly like we looked at, queen a4, and then all of that happens, and you take with the knight, you take on f8. Honestly, by this point, this looks like it might be best case scenario for black. If you give me two tempi here to play bishop d7, bishop e8, or something like that, maybe we're not losing. But I think we actually are losing to specifically the move queen h4. Unfortunately for black, black is just not in time, because now, yeah, rook takes e6 is a mating threat, so you have to give up the pawn on h7, and if you give up the h7 pawn, you will not survive.
Absolutely, yeah, gone completely.
You will not survive.
Okay, so that was a very convincing line. So yeah, that's and knight f6. We were looking at just
takes queen a4. I think is the easiest. Yeah, and like, you're never castling. It just stays on e8 for the rest of the game, and eventually it gets conquered. I don't think it's salvageable, really. Like positions like this, experience teaches you if white doesn't misplay horribly, it's not salvageable. And kind of shocking developments, because really much of it is self-inflicted. There was no real need for Arjun to accept the pawn sacrifice, the first one, or really forcing the second one.
Yeah, I mean, it does look pretty desperate. Okay, so okay, that's an interesting one. Let's move on. Giri against...
So knight b5 did happen, and Gukesh played rook d8. Knight b5 took quite some time, probably maybe five minutes. And after rook d8, he's back in the tank. Black is currently still sort of threatening knight takes d4, but that might just be a perpetual now, if it's allowed. It's curious to me that he hasn't played bishop b4. With 8 games per round, we really can't invest too much energy in trying to figure out what's going on in a single game. But it really is interesting to me that he chose not to play bishop b4 there.
Yeah, I mean, of course, bishop g2 is now...
I think we're going in. Like, if bishop g2 happens, we are going in with knight d4.
Okay, so let's find out.
Yeah, and the bishop on g2 actually gets picked up at the end, right? I continue taking. Yeah, I continue taking. I have queen f2 there.
Yeah, very.
And
true.
I think after king g2, I will be reasonably happy with the position after queen takes g2. Just intending to castle next move and continue.
Yeah,
creating threats against the king on d2.
Yeah, looks very reasonable. Yeah.
It's still a very difficult position, and something that sort of interestingly, I think 40 plus years old at the time when I first heard it, and it was somehow a concept which I think I've never heard verbalized. I'm pretty sure I was sort of aware of it on some kind of a subconscious level, but I've never heard it verbalized. When I think it was part of the discussion that Magnus did on his match against Fabi in New York, in London, not in New York. And if you remember that match, they kept on, well, not kept on, but they played a number of games in this extremely sharp knight d5 Sveshnikov, where Magnus kept on basically abandoning the queen side, often sacrificing stuff on that queen side, just to get as much progress in the center and on the king side where the white king is. And at some point, I think he recorded his impressions about the match. And he said their philosophy when going for that line with black was very simply, if bad things happen to them on the queen side, white maybe wins some material, or perhaps white creates a very dangerous passer. If things go well for them on the king side, they just give mate. and the game ends. And it's just, in a way, it's just way easier to play when you know that what you are going for will actually guarantee you the win, whereas your opponent is just trying to win some materials. So he feels like the stakes are higher for him than they are for you.
That's very true.
It's a very interesting concept, which, as I said, like it should be a very obvious thing to say, but I remember it was a bit of an eye-opener for me, and I've been around for a while now. It's not like I'm a complete noob. But I remember reading that and thinking, yeah, this sounds very true to me.
For that very reason, that when playing against the King's Indian, I never liked those mainline Mar del Plata variations where White's king sits on G1 or H1 and White basically takes the queen side. But it always seemed to me that, you know, your head was just at the end of a cannon on the G file.
Absolutely.
And you know, other variations just appeal to me far more playing against the King's Indian, you know, the bayonet, or simply variations where, you know, like Zamish, where the king could often just stay in the middle instead of just being a target. Anyway, listen, let's switch to Carlsen against David Anton.
Yeah, this is something that is very interesting to me, because I think it's not my idea. It's an idea that I think my seconds came up with when we were preparing for the Huntley candidates in 2014. But we were preparing it against one specific player who used to play bishop b7 here instead of knight c6 for reasons unexplained, which makes this pawn sacrifice even stronger because you have knight e5 instead of knight e1, which is what Magnus played later. But this is a very curious idea, because it seems like Black has done nothing wrong at all, and we're just giving up this central pawn. But as you will see in a moment, White develops a lot of play for it.
And the point is, instead of, sorry, just to recap, so not normal move, of course, knight d2 and e4.
We're trying to save on knight b2.
Right. So, and in some cases, you want to play c4 and knight c3. Is that the idea?
Yeah. Like, let's say if you play bishop b7 here, queen e2 castles, which I think is what happened actually in my game against Sergei Karyakin in that candidate.
Oh, yes.
You can, for instance, play e5, knight d7, c4, and then try to develop that knight to c3. And also your bishop f4 comes in one move. Many of your very normal King's Indian things are very much improved by the fact that you haven't committed to knight bd2 yet.
Okay.
But it does cost you a pawn if Black is brave enough to accept. And David Anton here has actually accepted the sacrifice. But then your bishop g2 is very active, and you have all those jumps on the queen side, as you will see in a moment. Yeah. But as I mentioned, it's even stronger against bishop b7, because then White would be playing knight e5, not knight e1, as he has done here. Yeah, the resulting positions are very difficult to judge, because it feels like White should never be worse. But on the other hand, it is a reasonably healthy central pawn that we've given up. So.
Yeah, I mean, the knight blocks out the bishop, so that's obviously an issue. You know, how do you get things going for White here? This is tricky.
Yeah, you obviously do not want to be playing f2, f3, because that kills off your arguably one of your very best pieces, which is why Black is so happily keeping the knight on e4 and saying, you know, either chase it away by that really, really unattractive move, or just let me park it there and go with it. Bishop takes e4 is also not great. So yeah, I'm a bit stuck for ideas here with White. Maybe you can try calculating something like knight e5 check, and then rook takes d8 specifically to make Black recapture with the bishop on d8, and then we take on e5, and maybe have some threats there. Can we take a look at that? Knight e5, rook d8. I assume it has to be taken, right? And then we take on e5. And I have some knight e6 checks immediately. If you play bishop b7, which looks natural. Bishop b7 as well. Yeah, bishop b7, I have knight c7, knight e6 at least, right? Knight c7, rook b8, knight takes e6, and that attacks that rook on b8. And maybe I can take on g7 next move. And if that doesn't lose me any material, it will be quite good. But Magnus actually does play f3. This is very, very surprising to my eyes.
Okay, so he must.
So what's the point then? What's his idea after knight f6, which I assume is what happens here?
Let's have a little look.
I mean, he'll play something quickly. I mean, he spent some time thinking about this move, so he'll play something quickly. Bishop c7. Ah, okay. So he wants to probably play f3, f4, but then the knight will just come back.
Yeah.
It's curious. Yeah, I'm not sure I fully understand what he means, because let's say we go rook d7. It seems natural enough. Looks like he wants to play f4. And black even has a choice. There's also 95, although 95 does allow c4. So maybe we just go back, yeah. And what have we achieved with white here? Why are we happy about this?
I'm not sure.
Maybe a5? All of this is on the board, by the way, already. So
yeah.
They've gotten here quite quickly.
Okay, a5. Yes, that's
maybe a5, but this is all very, very shaky. Like you have to calculate bishop a6, for instance, and you have to be really sure that you have something there, because otherwise your position might just collapse.
Well, okay, I'm wondering, actually, just considering that black is already a pawn up.
Yeah,
just about taking it.
Okay, knight f2. Okay, this is
knight f2.
The explanation.
See.
Yeah. So he's given himself this square for the knight, and he's trying to just win back the sacrifice pawn. This looks very strong, actually. Yeah, I've completely missed it. This looks very, very solid. I guess the big test is a7, a6. Either with the inclusion of rook d1 or not. I would probably prefer without. But yeah, a6 played. But at the very least, we can take on e4 and then take on d7 and go knight d6 check or something along those lines. And the pawn on e4 will be quite weak. So a very interesting game by Magnus so far.
Let me move over to Duda against Rapport, because this is a very, very interesting King's Indian, and his Zamish.
Yeah, kind of a slowish Zamish to begin with, but it really livened up later, because yeah, black started play on the king side, and white replied to it by saying, okay, now you've given me this option, and I will proceed to try to give mate.
G4.
Very topical, very topical. It's a positional move, right? It's not really
very positional, yeah.
You're just fighting for the control over the e4 square. It's just a positional move.
Yeah.
Knight b6, b3. It's also connected with this pawn sacrifice, but honestly, I'm surprised the game is still going, because at one point it looked like black will just get mated outright, but Richard did manage to somehow stabilize. Bishop h3 is a very clever move. I did not expect that. It still looks extremely good for white, but at least he's gotten this far with his full complement of pieces.
Yeah, so far. Okay.
But yeah, but rook h1 is coming in.
Rook about to switch.
Yeah.
And then, let's see. So
this looks bad for black. This looks very, very bad for black, I have to say.
Okay, well, let's make an obvious move. Let's just put the king here. Is knight e6 doing something, or rook h1?
Yeah, I'm probably starting with rook h1, but knight 6 is very, yeah, no, probably we're starting with this, yeah. And then the question becomes, does white win if you take on g5 here and then play something like rook h8, because bishop takes bishop h6 is a threat, right? But after rook h8, if all else fails, I can just take and go bishop e7.
Go bishop e7, yeah?
Yeah. There is bishop d1 there.
Okay.
this might be, it probably is horrible for black, but this might be some kind of best case scenario, honestly.
Yeah, well, if the bishop gets back and can
bishop f5, yeah, bishop f5 is quite strong, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, before the bishop gets to support, yes.
And I think knight a b8 might be the only move, otherwise everything collapses. We are very, very far away from the current position. And he actually, Richard started by taking on g5, so he was worried about knight 6 check as well. So he is currently inviting Jan-Krzysztof to just go bishop e7 even without rook h1. So I think we have to assume it's pretty bad for black. If this is your best case, if this is what, after some thought, if this is what you opt for as black, this is a very, very clear admission that things have not gone according to plan.
Well, Richie is quite a magician, and you can never count him out.
Absolutely not, no.
But
in the meantime, Daniel Naroditsky is probably giving mate in his game, right? Because he sacrificed a piece here. Something similar to what we discussed actually happened in the game. And as you can see, Daniel here is very, very uninterested in the idea of taking h6 and f8. He wants more. And I think correctly. So bishop h7, king h7, knight f7, queen c7. And the big question is, after, let's say, queen h3 check, king g6 must be the only move because king g8, knight g5. I'm pretty sure you're just getting mated here. Queen h7, queen h8 seems to be an unparable threat.
Okay.
So it has to go forward after queen h3 check.
Sorry, yeah.
It has to go forward, but I'm currently struggling a little bit to find the killing blow, which makes me, yeah, I wanted to say it makes me wonder if we're supposed to start with queen d3 check.
Well, we could. So bishop e7, king f7. This is the problem.
Yeah, it runs away. What I would like to do is to somehow include the rook lift in our game, like king g6 to play knight d6 and then rook c3. But unfortunately for us, after knight d6, black has a tempo with rook h8, which makes our rook lifts slower. There's still, hang on, maybe this is winning actually. Can we try this again?
Okay.
No, king
sorry,
g6.
Sorry. Let's go back. Yeah.
So knight d6, I don't know if rook h6 is forced, but if rook h6 is forced, I want to play queen g4 check. You go king h7, I assume. And what I missed originally is that I have queen h5 here. So I get my queen to f7, which is extremely important, and then I just go rook c3.
Yeah.
And this has to be winning. Like I don't even want to calculate. This has to be winning.
Yeah.
So the question then becomes: is there anything stronger after knight d6? Okay, after king g6, knight d6, maybe knight f5 or some move like that. But it shouldn't really improve very much. Like knight f5, I think I can do the same. Pretty much queen g4 check, and I will just go for sort of a hang on, you will have knight h6 in the end there, right? This is different. King h7, we give the same two checks. You can't give the same two checks. Sorry, I'm completely blanking here. He started with bishop takes e7. Okay, this is a very nice fallback position. He did not find mate, so he just won the piece back, and he'll be much better.
Okay. No, but I think the point. Yeah. Okay. So yes. So let's just show this, because if rook takes, then there's this. This is the basic problem. There's so so he's basically just got his
queen f4 chosen by Arjun, and
but he's just got his piece back, and now material is level.
Yeah,
and so white just must.
Well, we need to untangle our pieces a little bit, but you have to assume white is still doing quite well. I don't know. This is a bit tricky. Yeah, if we had a very comfortable way of getting our pieces out of those two squares, we would be kind of winning. But I'm struggling so far. Knight g5, king g8, and then weirdly, the pieces are still stuck. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there is a very, very ugly way of doing this, which is to play. Okay, just let's explain the problem. That basically the bishop is attacked, and then when it moves back, the knight can be taken. So basically, what about playing here, and then we can simply move the bishop away, so gaining a tempo against the queen.
I think this is what he actually did.
He played knight e5.
Yeah, and this is, I don't like this, because the knight f3 check will come. I think his idea is to go knight takes e5, bishop d6, but then he's just not going to be much better at all. If like probably black is better after knight f3 check now. Yeah, I like your knight g5 knight h3 idea better.
Well, it's ugly, but I think it just doesn't it. sorry, let's just get to the position. Yeah, so check here. I mean,
and then bishop somewhere, yeah.
And then bishop somewhere.
Black is not doing so horribly, though. You can play, for instance, queen f5, bishop somewhere, e6, e5, trying to lock out that knight on h3 from good squares, and put the knight on d4, put the bishop on c6. You can imagine this going wrong for white as well. But yeah, clearly bishop takes e7 was a bit of a desperation move. He's also very, very low on time. I just realized he's basically playing an increment by this point, which must have been one of the reasons why he went bishop takes e7.
Well, I'm telling you, if Arjun manages to scrape out of this is just a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice break for Arjun. I think he's a bit better. Like, if anyone is better, I'm pretty sure it's black now. The bishop comes to c6, we play queen f5. The king on h7 is just safe. You shouldn't really be losing this position just yet with white. I don't think it's bad enough for us to start.
I was going to say, hang on. Oh, queen e3. I mean, frankly, I'm surprised he didn't.
Yeah, including rook e5.
Rook e5, and okay, you're going to have to bolster the f3 point at some point. But I mean, white is not without some kingside chances.
Yeah, absolutely. But the bishop on 6 is just such a nice piece, and
of course,
I mean, the same position with our pawns back on g2 would be borderline winning for white.
Yeah,
but with the pawn on f3, there is always counterplay.
But now in the end game, I mean, I mean, okay, he doesn't want the end game.
No, I think he wants more. Yeah, I think in the end game you likely will maybe even win the pawn on f3 eventually, but the drawing tendencies of these opposite color bishop endings are so high that he wants, in particular, I think against somebody on 20 seconds, he very understandably wants to try to milk it for more, because if you imagine, I don't know, black getting to play rook f8, rook f7, rook a f8 or something like this, the pressure will become quite intense, and it's just so much easier to play with king g. Yeah, this is going kind of off the rails here a little bit for Daniel, which is very, very heartbreaking because he's played the early part of that game extremely well.
Let's stick with this one. Let's stick with this one. I can see that Jan-Krzysztof won that game against Richie Rapport, but let's stay here because Daniel is right down on time.
Yeah, no, I have a feeling this will not end well for him. You go rook f6, you go rook a8. That rook might go to h6 later if it's needed on that square. And I mean, rook d8 is also a very solid positional move that I'm not going to criticize in the slightest. It's yeah, if not for the clock situation, you could maybe say that this is still within the saving margins, even though of course you prefer black by this point. But with 2.5 minutes against 27 seconds, it's just not going to be fun for Daniel at all.
Well, okay, he's given his king a little bit of room, so maybe he's hoping to actually swipe the pawn on e6.
Yeah, I think that's maybe is the hope now. Yeah, queen h5 played, continuing to put pressure on the f3 pawn. It really seems like it cannot be saved even anymore. It's very difficult. Like, if in order to save it, you have to play queen e2 here, you're probably not very happy about that. And this is actually, oh yeah, queen g5. I was going to say queen takes e6 is a brave move, but probably a losing one, and he chooses not to. Bishop f3, he'll play king h2, but maybe he gets to take the queens off the board this way. It's still going to be very, very ugly for him, though. Even maybe takes king g6 right now is quite threatening. But Arjun very understandably decides that he doesn't need to give up the pawn on e6.
Okay,
he can just play slower.
That's a beautiful piece.
That is a very nice piece. And also the fact that there is now a pawn on g5 means that the king on g6 will be forever entirely safe for Arjun.
Well, okay. I mean, for starters, this is quite serious. A rook coming to h8. Here we go.
Bishop e5, I think, needs to be played. Yeah. To give yourself some squares, also give yourself a chance to play rook h3 maybe in some positions. King h3. This is
risky.
Even king takes g5, honestly.
Very risky.
Oh no, king h5, bishop h4 check. Sorry, I blundering in exchange here with black would be somewhat suboptimal.
But somehow this just doesn't feel right.
No, it doesn't. But actually, I have a very cute line for you. King takes g5.
Yeah.
Bishop h4 check, king f4. Bishop takes d8. Rook h8 check. Bishop h4 g5. And none of your rooks have any checks.
Wow.
The only move that stops the mate is f2, f3. But black actually is winning there, I'm pretty sure. Take on h4, play g5, g4.
G4.
Yeah, it's just winning. So I think that was an option, but also I can very easily understand Arjun not really wanting to calculate, because by this point, it looks winning anyway. It really does. Your king is safer, your bishop is better, your rook is more active, you're just winning. Rook a4 and then start pushing. Maybe not even spend a tempo on rook a4, but it does feel good to just put an additional piece on a poor square. Rook a4, rook d3, play b5, a5, b4, b3, b2, kind of.
Yeah, the problem is white. I mean, white is in such a jam here; it's almost impossible to move anyway. So
exactly, yeah. The black position plays itself, and the white position really doesn't. It's very difficult to make moves here.
Yeah, very nice. Okay. We're going to write that one off. We think Arjun is basically winning. Let's go to, that incredible game between Abdusattorov
that changed dramatically.
And Dukesh. Let's just recap where we came from. Incredible.
The king actually went back, and then black won this exchange. But white now has very, very good pieces. It seems like white should be doing quite well. Yeah, the king on the king of f2 is safer than the king on g7, and white is also launching a very direct attack. Half a minute against 10 seconds as well, and black is on the verge of getting mated. Yeah,
d6. It's all happening now.
Yeah, queen d4 check. You can just go 93. Yeah, queen d4, 93. Yeah, he will. Yeah, I think Nodebek is winning this one. From what I assume must have been a pretty dicey position. Let me just
dicey. I think that's understatement.
Yeah, I think that's a fair description.
Okay, still got to finish it off though. No, how? Are we just pushing? Oh no, hang on.
Well, you first of all need to find a square, and then bishop d5. I think is very strong here, right? Just bishop d5. The bishop on g6 is hanging. It just collapses. Positions like this always collapse. You just don't have enough counterplay.
Yeah.
And I did briefly check what was going on earlier, and kind of gratifyingly for us, 95 bishop b4 was extremely strong. Very, very early on in that position that we spent so much time on.
This is
yeah, and
it's a pitiful position actually.
Yeah, and now you see what happens when you allow your opponent to assume control.
Yeah, d7. Oh, it's check. That would
it is a check, yeah.
That's a check. Okay,
rook
not
f4. Rook f4 looks kind of good. Queen g5 doesn't look half bad either. Like many things here look very, very nice. E6 might be winning by force, but I don't think there's any call for us to hurry with this. Yeah, I like rook f4 the most so far, I think. Oh, yeah, or that. I actually had this idea, and then
very nice, and then queen g6. Excellent. Let me see. Where can we go to next? How's Magnus doing?
Magnus is better, maybe even just straight up winning. Because it's just very difficult to imagine how black can shake the bishop from the long diagonal. So the pawn on e2 looks very nice, but I don't think it ever costs white anything. You need to create a threat of putting your own bishop on the long diagonal supported by the king, and it just doesn't sound like you will ever have time enough for that with the white pawns running as quickly as they're running. I just don't believe that will ever happen.
It looks like the gatekeepers are doing a good job here.
Yeah. The elitist bishops, yeah.
Yeah.
The elitist bishops gatekeeping the black king from the h1.
I think Magnus is
Yeah, Magnus is winning this one.
Yeah. I should mention that Duda did manage to defeat Richie. Richie couldn't work his magic, and that looks like a classic King's Indian position. Let's go. Oh, Mamedyarov against Mittal. Okay.
He's completely winning here.
It is an extra queen.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. Hansen Keimer draw. We've got
seems like a solid draw there. Niels drew against Vidit. Anish won seemingly a very nice attacking game against Hari. Judging by the final position, this must have been something. It was an Italian which started very slow and then became an all-out assault on the Black King side, as these types of positions often actually do. Yeah, and then you start launching everything at the king, and if it gets there, it gets there. But yeah, there are still some games going on, and we could maybe dedicate some attention to this.
Sure. Okay, where do you want to go next?
I think it has to be the Naroditsky game, because everything else seems to be very, very firmly decided. I just don't see how, let's say, Magnus doesn't win. This also does seem like a fairly easily convertible position. I think there are some, definitely some cases of, let's say, the weaker side holding against the pawns that are only one file apart. Let's say if Black had the pawn on e6 and the pawn on c4, with this particular material balance, this might be difficult to win. But when it's this far up, and rook d4 looks like maybe it's a blunder. But bishop h6 check exists, because it looks like you're getting mated, but bishop h6 check exists. But then you lose the bit.
Yeah, you're going to lose the bishop. Yeah.
But where does the king go? Hang on. Yeah, okay, if it goes to f5, we can play king g3 now, or bishop g7 or something, but then the b pawn, I guess, forces the issue. Yeah, I think, yeah, Arjun is very, very heavily favored here to convert, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks.
And now I think maybe the cleanest is just very simply rook g1, rook g2, or that. Yeah, that is similar. I think rook g1 was sort of winning the rook, because the b pawn would get to b2, but this is also.
Yeah, you mean, let me just show that.
Just check. You cannot go to the h file because that loses the bishop, so you have to go here, and then just go b2 here, and b2 next move, rook b5, e5, and this costs you the rook.
Okay.
I think that was very clean, but I think he'll win anyway. Yeah,
this looks clean enough.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got this is the only game.
Magnus did win. Magnus did win in the meantime, so I don't know if there is really anything running apart from that. And you can only really call this running if you want to use a very liberal definition of running.
We'll stick with this one for the time being, and then we'll give a little recap.
Yeah, this has been a very exciting round, by the way. There's barely any draws. There's a draw between Niels and Vidit, and also that draw between Eric and who was Eric playing? Vincent, yeah. But I think there are 6 decisive games this round, as far as, I mean, assuming Arjun wins, but I think it's a fairly safe assumption, because White can't really stop the b-pawn costing them the full rook. I think that's 6 out of 8, which is a large number.
Oh, that's that. Okay.
Yep.
You swipe the bishop and game over. So just let's take a look at the leading scores. 3 players on 13. We have Noribek Abdusatorov, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Magnus Carlsen all on 13. 2 players just behind that, Vincent Keimer and Arjun Erigaisi on 11. Shahriar Mamedyarov and Anish Giri on 10, and Vidit Gukesh on 9. Just a reminder, next game will begin at the top of the hour. So we've got 12 minutes before things kick off. Peter, was there one game in that round that really stood out for you? I know it all kind of flashes by.
Yeah, I think it still has to be the game between Noribek and Gukesh. And I think basically it's, I forget what that law is called, but I think it's one of the Parkinson laws, right? Which goes, work consumes exactly the amount of time allotted for it.
Right.
My point here is that, like, we have 12 minutes, we can very easily fill the entire 12 minutes talking about this game. If we had 2 hours, we could very easily fill 2 hours talking about this game. It's that kind of a game, really, that you can find things to discuss here for exactly as long as you have, because the opening is completely outlandish, and then the turnaround when Black did not play bishop b4 there after knight b5, and Nordebek was able to consolidate.
But even now, who knows what's going on?
Yeah, exactly. Like it's just so difficult to judge whether, you know, White actually stabilized here, or whether Black could have played more precisely somewhere around here and not allow White to come out. Although, really, that bishop on g6, like if we stop somewhere here, because it feels like maybe the tactical skirmish is finally over and you can maybe take some stock. The bishop on g6 is so out of play, and the king on f2 covered by the knight on e3, and potentially the bishop on f3, for instance, if you need to. That setup is so solid with the rook on h4 as well, that you're just not going to be enjoying this very much. One thing, like, why hasn't he taken on e4 here? Maybe this is the moment we have to discuss. I guess knight g4 is very strong, actually. Knight g4, queen f5, check, bishop f3. No, but then I have h5. Why haven't we done this? Queen d4 maybe, but still. Queen d4 actually is very clever here. Maybe this is actually, but bishop takes f3? Hang on, bishop f3, knight f6, king f8. This is such a mess. This is such a mess. I have no idea what I'm looking at.
Okay, I mean, this is great fun, but I mean, obviously at some moment around here, there had to be something concrete that to do, because allowing that center to survive is never going to work for you here with Black. Yeah, you had to, at all costs, and you had to try and take that center apart, because yeah, the way he played, he just got completely overrun. And yeah, I mean, this one is very, very straightforward. You no longer really have to discuss this one, but yeah,
for starting from that position after king d2 bishop f5, which is still, I have to say, extremely surprisingly to my eyes, Nordebek appeared to not be aware of, despite seemingly it was his choice to go for this. Like he blitzed out the entire sequence up to king d2 pretty much without any thought whatsoever.
But as you mentioned, bishop e4.
Yeah, bishop e4, knight takes e7, king e7. I did glance briefly at what the engine was saying on the website once the round was over. This appears to be just a disaster for White, according to what the engines are claiming.
I mean, it's very nice to box in that bishop on f1, isn't it?
Yeah.
Always nice to kind of kill your opponent's pieces, basically.
Yeah, and it looked logical as well, because bishop b4, you're stopping bishop g2, you are creating the strongest possible threat in the position. It didn't feel like it was a particularly computerish move to pick, and I understand the idea behind rook. By the way, he played rook d8, right? And
he played rook d8, yeah.
And Nordebek played bishop g2. Yeah. And he did not take on d4 here either, because we were actually looking at this.
Yeah.
So that's another very interesting focal point, because this move exists. It pretty much forces the position that we were discussing. I don't think White can do anything smarter than just take on d4 while the taking is good, right? So we absolutely get that position. Queen d4, king e1. First of all, we have a perpetual. Like, to begin with, we have queen f2, queen d4, which is a cast iron perpetual. And secondly, we can take on g2 and continue. And honestly, if I have to pick, I'm picking Black here.
Well, I mean, in this case, that bishop
would be a monster.
Absolutely rock solid. Secures the king side, and then Black has fun against the king. So yeah, very interesting position, and it's going to take some time before White's king actually reaches any kind of security. Very interesting position. I'm
not sure where to even to aim for. Like if I have to say, like, this is the square I am planning to put it, and it will be safe from checks there. I have no idea what that square is. Like maybe rook c5 followed by king c3 or something. But all of that looks extremely, extremely artificial.
Well, and I don't know if the rook's going to move up the c5. We may as well take a pawn while we're at it.
Yeah, castles. I wanted to attack the bishop on f5 to maybe gain the tempo.
I see.
But yeah, I mean, this looks like king c3. I can play. I can be quite fancy actually here. Bishop b4. It's very funny. Rook g1 gh. It
Very
might
nice.
not be good, but it's funny.
Oh no! Well, let's see.
It's a perpetual, probably. Queen d2, queen g5, queen f6. It's probably just a perpetual. So it's not great. I would like to play for a win, but it's just a funny position.
Yeah.
It's just a funny position.
Okay.
Oh
no!
So,
I mean,
yeah.
This is fascinating stuff. We should say we've got 6 minutes before the next round. Remember, this is the Aimchess Rapid, and do check out Aimchess/try, because Aimchess is a very powerful analytical tool that can really help with chess improvement. And they're offering 30% discount during the tournament. And yeah, it's very interesting indeed. Basically, if you input your games, it offers targeted exercises and gives all kind of very interesting metrics and analytics with your own games. So I had a tour of it the other day, and it's fascinating stuff. By the way, Peter, just coming back to this game, you must have played against Abdusattorov and Gukesh.
Not a lot, no. I played against both of them online. I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't be able to remember every single time, but I definitely played against them both. I think in some tour events and also on various servers. But live, I think I played Gukesh once in the European Club Cup last year, where I played the Grunfeld against him, and he completely outplayed me out of the opening and was at some point, I think, borderline winning. And then he wanted to get everything. His position was so good that he tried to win it without giving me a single shred of counterplay. And he missed a tactical shot, which kept me alive. And from that moment on, I fought very hard and saved the game. But I probably should have lost it if he played slightly cleaner. I'm not sure I ever played Nodibek over the board. But as I started the show by saying my memory is not very good anymore, so take it with a grain of salt.
It's all a big blur. Listen, we're going to take a very short break before we get into the next round. So do join us in precisely 4 minutes for the next round of this very exciting tournament.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aimchess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
I'm going to talk about my games from this season of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
The idea of h4 is very direct. I want to play h5, open up the king side, and potentially check my team.
Alan continued with trying to put some pressure here on the e6 pawn. And c5, knight's doing a great job here, both potentially for some attacking ideas, but also defending the e6 pawn.
Rook g8 still doesn't spoil anything, but rook takes g7 is a gross mistake now, because rook c8 is still easily winning.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went bishop c5, d4 and queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to top 8.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzlepack. Enjoy solving.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, he takes d4, good move, this d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
We're into round.
Welcome back.
Oh, sorry, Peter.
we
we crashed into each other, of course.
A little bit, yeah.
Round 7. And here we go.
Here we go indeed. And the position we have on our board here, there is a bit of an interesting kind of interplay here because Vincent Keimer is basically playing the Najdorf with the white pieces and with the tempo up against somebody who has a very, very well-esteemed best-selling course on the opening from the black side. So curious that Anish still feels that this is the best choice against the, I would say, kind of an unassuming English opening.
But by the way, he did this on day one. Was it against Niels Grandelius? I think it was. So this is Vincent's thing of the moment. And Niels also basically went into this reverse Najdorf. So white has an extra tempo. Yeah, very interesting to see this, actually. I think Niels played with a5.
As is Anish doing here.
Yeah,
as well,
I mean,
A5.
earlier and before knight d2 and allowed the knight into c3 from
okay.
That's the point I was making. But no, that's interesting because, of course, you could say normally, then we would have rook c1. So knight b3. I mean, in normal Najdorf variations, this would be slightly frowned upon.
Yeah,
but with an extra tempo, let's have a look.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not that impressed because specifically 97 seems to be, unless we're planning to push d3, d4 here, which honestly maybe we are. Maybe that would be the way to continue, because otherwise we will just allow a 5, a4, and black will be instantly very, very well placed. And here the obvious surface level is you cannot really play a 5, a4 because d5 is going to be extremely painful. This is just unplayable. So I think what Anish is planning to do is to take on b3 and then take on d4. And if we do it the normal way, hang on, knight takes c6 is, yeah, I think knight d4, knight c5 is probably what he's planning No, sorry, without this trade, I think probably, even though you can do it in both ways. And here, the point I was trying to advocate for is that the pawn on e4 is hanging, and the difference is if we include the trade on d4, one last trade on d4 instead of knight c5, white will have the e3 square for that piece. And I was very happy about this, and then I realized knight e6 followed by bishop c5 and putting something on the d4 square is maybe still completely fine for black. But these types of positions are extremely, extremely concrete, because if you give white time here to play, let's say, bishop c3 and then rook a d1, making sure that nothing lands on d4 immediately, you are kind of lost with black.
Yeah.
You're really not doing well at all. So it all becomes unbelievably tempo-based, and you have to be very precise, and you have to be very sure of what you're doing. But I think the interesting point here is that it appears to be Winston's preparation for this tournament, and yet it is Anish who is on 16.5 minutes from the 15 starting. So Anish, I think, is quite clearly still very much in book. And rook c1, now we go a4. I think now we're kind of happy with life.
So whoops. So yeah. So a4, knight c5.
I take everything and go queen d6.
Queen d6.
I think black is just very, very healthy. Ideally followed by bishop g4, bishop takes f3, and just plonking that knight on d4 and saying I'm just better, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's true, because the pawn on c7 is still going to give us some trouble, but
yeah,
he's just gone 92. I was about to say that I really I don't like this position to such an extent that I probably would actually prefer to go back to d2 so as not to play it.
So now, considering that white has played knight d2 to b3 and then back to d2, and black has played, of course, this absolutely normal a pawn advance. I'm just trying to work out the tempi here. Who's gained? I mean,
it's very possible black is just ahead.
Yeah.
And bishop f6 is a clever move as well, because my first instinct was we obviously do not want to allow d3, d4, because that is what white is very often, just as black is in the night, of very often just pushing to play d6, d5 as early as possible. White also wants to play d3, d4. So I wanted to go knight b6, and then I realized if you play knight b6, the exchange sacrifice on c6 might be quite strong. So Anish is doing it the right way around, overprotecting the pawn on e5 first, and then if he wants to, he can play knight b6 later, just to make sure that.
I would still be tempted to play this, actually.
And what, queen c2 or d4?
No, just queen c2.
c5 is probably what is going to be bothering me, because if you have to give up the bishop on e3 to win that pawn back, I think black is going to be quite happy with things.
True. Yeah.
And otherwise, yeah, I mean, we've allowed a5, a4, right? We would like to be maybe playing knight b3 in this position, but it's not going to be available.
In fact, let me just show this, that basically at the end of this pawn,
let's say queen e6. Yeah, queen e6, rook f8 is just going to be better for black.
Yeah.
And there are some very unusual sharp positions in this round, apart from this one. For instance, I've never seen the opening that Richard Rapport and Shahriar Mamedjarov are playing. This is just...
Let's go from the top. Here we go. It's one of those. All right, already a bit weird, not unknown. Okay.
Well, it's basically a Pierce, right, with colors reversed, sort of. Sort of, not exactly. I Filidor with g3, yeah. And then things just blew up, yeah. Shah played e5, e4, and now things are really heating up. Black castle long, and now knight e5, and we cannot take on e4.
Okay, well, Shaq's got his queenside castling in, so he's going to be a happy bunny, and he's aiming at f3. The queen is pretty weird on d2. I mean, black's position makes sense to me. Whether it's sound or not is another
White's
question,
not
but
so
white's
much, yeah.
kind of all over the place.
Yeah. You can maybe imagine some scenarios where it works out fine for white, but I'd be worried. I'd be thinking that, you know, if I'm not precise here, I might be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
I guess we start by playing queen f4, just to make you commit to putting a piece on f3, probably the knight, I would assume. But actually, this is just good for black, because after knight takes f3...
I was wondering, just king h1?
Yeah. Ah, okay. And also, yeah, I've been keeping an eye on chat, and chat apparently says that this is much, much better for white, which is just kind of stunning.
What, like even after queen f4?
I don't know if queen f4 is the right move, but the current position. I've done something that I normally wouldn't do, is, and basically my screen right now is your demonstration board, and the Twitch chat is blocking the live board, which also has the bar. So I'm not actually looking at the bar, which makes me, you know, stupider but more excited about things.
Okay, c4 played.
Yeah, c4 is an interesting choice here, because knight takes c4 actually exists, but I guess it makes queen f4 a ton stronger, because knight f3 check will no longer be available, and things are now starting to really hang for black.
Yeah, all kinds of interesting things going on.
Yeah,
here.
and if you can't take on c4, maybe we want to play, in some positions, definitely we would want to play bishop b2 next move. So it's an interesting move, yeah.
Okay, so the queen has a little bit of a dilemma, because, and there's also f7 is potentially vulnerable. Not so simple.
Not at all, no.
So our first impressions, of course, were at least my first impressions were markedly wrong, because
no, I was absolutely with you. My feeling was this cannot possibly be good for white. But apparently it's not just good, it's very good if you play precisely. I don't know if c4 was the move, and I'm still not going to check. But yeah, Chad was saying it's like markedly better for white.
Okay, well, okay, let me make a simple move. So if I play here.
Yeah, the issue is we still cannot play bishop b2 yet, because knight takes c4 will come in with very, very unpleasant consequences. But maybe we go queen f4 now.
Okay.
Because your knight f3 or bishop f3 ideas are now.
So you just take it.
Not as I can take 3 times, yeah.
Yeah, and actually white is quite actually very stable.
Yeah, in particular, if the pawn on e4 gets removed from the board, this structure on the queen side is very solid. My question is queen d4. Yeah, once we've showed this.
Yeah.
My question in the current position is, I think, mainly the move queen d4.
Queen d4.
Yeah, but then I guess just rook b1, right? And bishop b2 will start becoming a threat.
Oh, and
queen d4 played, yeah. Queen d4 played. So we'll see.
Okay, this is once the rook gets to b1 and there's the shadow of, well, not even a shadow.
Well, I'm still very unsure about, let's say, knight f3 check, and why this isn't supposed to be good for black.
Okay, this I believe has to be taken.
Yeah, that's a safe assumption.
Yeah. Okay, so let me take it with the knight.
I'm guessing knight. Yeah, EF. Yeah. I wanted EF, bishop h1, and then I guess the claim is that the pawn on f3 is actually vulnerable rather than a strength. But like none of this is obvious to me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one thing with black's position is that once this queen is driven away, then actually there are loose points in black's position, which somehow tactically, and indeed f3, and indeed the bishop on g4, it just feels like it's going to be very, very difficult to actually keep everything together when there are so many targets. And in fact, there is nothing to hit in white's position at all.
Yeah, I mean, if we could play h7, h4 here,
yeah,
we'd be doing quite well.
Indeed.
But the one tempo that we're lacking to actually play h7, h4 here will probably turn out to be decisive, because I guess white just starts pushing our pieces back if you play h5. But yeah, let's take a look at some other positions. We haven't looked at Magnus's position at all yet in this round.
Okay, but that's really worth watching. And again, one of those situations where Richie might be weaving magic from a position that looked unpromising. Yes,
Magnus is back to his modern playing ways.
Oh yes, when he starts to improvise like that, I always think he's basically winging it. And
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
No, I think the thing about these, you know, and I will now in one sentence offend mortally all the modern players out there. The thing about these, you know, semi-correct openings, and I say this as someone who's played a ton of this when I was younger, is if you don't work on your move orders, if you don't work on establishing exactly what is permissible and what isn't, like where is the line in terms of, you know, risks you can take early on in the game, your results will, like, I gave up on playing the periods, because I just at some point I got to the level of a position where every single time I tried, I would like hate my position with a passion by move 15. So I had to give it up. So I think it's very likely that Magnus, now that it appears that he's doing this quite seriously in like rapid chess, for instance, that he's at some point invested some time in establishing exactly those types of parameters, like what can you afford? You know, how much can you push this envelope? And this is why he is getting, you know, fighting positions. I don't know if this position is good for black. You have like 93, 95 ideas. Yes, black has achieved some progress on the queen side, but so far those pawns are not really being pushed very far.
I like the style Magnus is rocking, by the way. He's going full hoodie.
Yeah.
He was in some kind of cabin in Sweden, apparently. Interesting. Yeah. Perhaps getting a bit of fresh air at the same time, zoning out. No, I quite like it, actually. It's good. Queen d6. Yeah, interesting.
This is a very, very curious position, because it's so difficult to get bearings properly. Like I thought I wanted to play e5, 93, knight c5, but if you do play e5, by the way, we have to give up. We have to give up on this immediately. Take a look at Rapid against Mamedyarov.
Okay, just a second. So knight d3. Yeah, I mean we would like to come in here, but I guess.
But d4 is always
hanging.
Yeah. We have to give up. Yeah. We have to, like, seriously, we have to go to the Rapid Mamedyarov game
I'm on my way.
Right this moment, because it might be over any moment now.
Oh my word! He managed to crack open the H file. Extraordinary. How did he do that? H6.
And it was left there unprised, which is quite remarkable. So queen b4 takes, queen b7 and bishop b2, creating, I guess, a threat of queen b5 check. But now rook h2 came in. The point being that if you take on d4 here, we play rook g2. I think rook g2 is stronger. Rook g2, king g2, bishop f3 check, king g1, rook h8. Wow. And after queen b5 check. Hang on, queen b5 check still is, hang on. How do we win this? C6, yeah, c6, queen b7, king e6. And the checks actually run out. And this is why we kept the knight on e5 alive, to preserve some semblance of shape.
Okay, so
and you just give mate next one.
Okay, so let's just go back. So here, this is the game.
Yeah, bishop b2, rook h2. I guess the move is to play. We have to play queen b5 check now. I think.
Sorry, wait.
Just to try to avoid it, but I think it actually lands to it ends exactly the same. I think he's just lost.
That's the position they've got on the board.
Yeah, I think he's lost. I thought queen b5, c6, queen takes e5 was saving something, but you get mated in exactly the same fashion.
Let's just go back. So after after h6, what were White's alternatives?
Yeah, we're being told that the correct way to proceed here was to go knight takes e4 first, wait for black to recapture, and to play queen b4 there. And that position is supposedly quite good for White, which I can believe, actually. Yeah, I can believe that.
Okay,
though, yeah,
I'm looking at stuff like this, of course.
Yeah. No, I think knight f3 we probably have to take. But we get a lot of progress ourselves as well. Like takes, we take on b7, king d7. We can throw in bishop e3. We can throw in bishop b2. I don't know which one is stronger. And although knight g5 scares me. Like in this position, knight g5 scares me so much.
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Like I have no idea what this is.
Check and take, and then oh my.
And then rook h2 in there.
Rook h2 again.
It's just so fun. This mission is so much fun. I have no idea what I think about.
Let me just show that very, very quickly. This who knows whether this is actually sensible, but we're looking at this stuff. And
yeah, this appears to be winning again. Yeah, this is just made
mad.
Yeah, this is just a mad game. Yeah, extremely enjoyable to watch, but maybe slightly more enjoyable to play for Shah than it is for.
But just to recap, that's on the board. How's Richie looking?
Well, unhappy, I would say. Watching him now in the small window where now he's properly sized, but still quite unhappy.
Fantastic. Okay, we should turn to another game, but it
feels like staying with this one makes sense. But also, I think Richard probably will spend the entirety of his 7 minutes here looking for, something, anything to play, because it really does look like he is just getting mated. I think we're watching Eric Gaisi against Carlsen because that one is very, very unusual as well.
So
I think Magnus probably plays.
So we had this, and he's Carlsen queenside.
Well, yeah. That's why we play all these systems to preserve the option and to be flexible.
Okay, but okay, let's see.
And now c3, and my immediate reaction was he will play b3, but actually we're not obliged to react. I think what he's doing here, and Richard just resigned there. Yeah, I mean, not unexpected.
Wow,
not unexpected.
Incredible. I was wondering about c5 instead of
c5. Also looks very logical. Yeah, I don't mind it at all. But Magnus for now just goes knight c6. Says I don't have to introduce any more pawn breaks. Just keeping his shape, so to speak, here. I wonder what he's planning as b3. Is it knight a3 check, or is he planning to go bc3 and then start sacrificing something after queen takes e3? I guess it's maybe just this and then a4, just continuing to, take the white king side apart brick by brick.
Okay, and just coming back to this position. Okay, I'm just wonder, can I do something very basic just to bring the knight in? Or have I got problems here?
Bit c3 is quite strong, right? Because unfortunately, things start falling apart.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
You have to prepare it some more. I actually quite like this idea, but we probably have to prepare it some more. I don't know how. It's not easy to make a waiting move here with white is my issue. I don't know what the waiting move even would be. Like king a1 is what he ended up playing, but I don't think this is a better square. And it actually, it makes one of my ideas maybe slightly stronger, because I was very interested in the idea of pushing b3.
Okay, and let me have some fun here. I know he's played king a1, but if instead, I was just wondering whether I could get away with something completely ludicrous.
Knight takes d4.
Knight takes d4 is the pain. This is always the problem.
Yeah, you can't actually. I mean, you can land it there for half a move, and then it will get blown.
Yeah, if I could give away, if I could maintain it there, then
that will be a very, very solid idea.
Yeah, just a reminder that this rook is holding here, but yeah, unfortunately, knight d4 is an absolute party killer. Yeah, so king a1 plays.
King a1 is the choice. A4 is a very logical idea here for black, just to introduce the idea of both a3 and b3, both of which will be quite annoying to face.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how I'm even supposed to react to this. CB4 knight d4 doesn't look remotely attractive. Bishop takes c4 and knight d4, your idea maybe got improved slightly, but even so, like a3 here, just continuing to dig at the structure.
Yeah, well, okay. Let me keep going. Do your e5 is just hanging.
E5 is once again hanging. Yeah, like I'm looking even with maybe knight e5, knight b7, knight f3 or something like that. Yeah,
it feels very fishy.
He has played a4.
Okay,
has played a4, and yeah, it's just going to be difficult for Arjun because, and also kind of remarkably, this is move 20. 32 pieces are still on the board.
He's gone knight d3.
Yeah, against okay. This at least we and bishop f8 is another thing that I wanted to mention. Yeah,
okay.
Lending
That's
anything
very
on
sensible.
c5 is
very sensible. Covering these squares.
Yeah, and also the issue for white is that white is not defenseless. White definitely, like if black did nothing for a while, white would play something like f4, h5, and start opening up the king side here. But you are kind of getting mated on the other side, so it's unclear just how, sanguine you can be about these things.
Okay, but it's a very interesting position with the rook on h2. If we kind of I'm mirroring the position and thinking of well, I mean, there are various openings that could arise that have this. I mean, for example, a King's Indian where a rook swings across to cover.
Yeah,
it's not black still needs to get in. Black still needs
absolutely.
This is not so simple actually when there's communication between both sides.
No disagreement on that point for sure. Yeah, you still have to, maybe lacking some pieces, and this is where maybe you're feeling slightly ambivalent about your decision to castle long, because that rook would be very nice on b8 right about now.
Yeah,
and it takes you 2 tempi to get it there, even though, I mean, it looks outlandish, but there's definitely in some positions an argument to be made for like king d7 or b8 just to get it there. Maybe it has to be prepared a little bit first. Maybe you have to play bishop a6 first just to make sure you don't blunder something connected with the capture on c4.
And again, in analogous King's Indian or Spanish positions or gioco pianos where this pawn has advanced, or the g pawn, or in this case the b pawn, then black always has to bear in mind this knight c5, or in knight f5 if we mirror the position, and that can be a massive spanner in the works. So this is still very tricky, actually, very tricky.
Yeah, I agree with that. I absolutely don't think this is over by any stretch. But
question is how white is kind of waiting here, because at the moment, Magnus is building up, because f5, white's pieces aren't really attuned to f5 actually. So
well, you have to do something. Maybe you play h5 just to start opening something up. Okay. I don't think we can wait forever. I think we have to do something proactive at some point. And honestly, like, your point about the rook on h2 is extremely valid. It's arguably maybe one of white's absolute best pieces here, providing some coverage on the queen side eventually.
Oh, he's played f5.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one thing is that, I mean, of course, black can take here, but if not, then if the pawn just sits on f6, then communication, of course, is difficult. So, I mean, my thought would be to just flick that in.
Yeah, flick that in, and also it gives us the G file. Yeah, it gives us precisely. The G file to maybe include one more rook in the potential. I mean, it's not going to be included in the attack as such, but it might provide an additional point of distraction for white to have to consider. Magnus goes b takes c3. Maybe he's found something. And honestly, like BC can actually play king d7 and just take a look at this position.
And then,
because rook b8 will be a very, very solid threat there. There's also
question. Queen. Oh, sorry. D4 is hanging. D4 is always hanging. This is the problem. Yeah, this is the.
He's actually played it. Yeah.
He's played king d7. Yeah. Okay, now this is serious.
Supporting my casting today as best he can. I appreciate it. Are we? I'm looking at some weird stuff here, but I don't think it works. I wanted to go either knight c5 and then knight e4, or alternatively knight e4 and then knight c5, both of which surprisingly have some merit, but probably neither actually works. So let's start with the less outlandish one. Knight c5 check. Seemingly you have to take. I take, you probably take, I go knight e4. My issue is I can play queen a5, for instance, or queen b6. I like a5, I don't know why. And then, you know, we get to give a check. But apart from, you know, the pride we can take in having given a check in a game, I'm not entirely sure what else it does. And the other way around is interesting, but I think just tactically incorrect. If we start with knight e4, first off, I'm not sure rook b8 just doesn't win. But if we go d takes e4 here, I go knight c5 check. Now you cannot take anymore because the queen after the d takes c5 discovered check, we will win the queen on b6. But the king just goes somewhere. I don't know, choose a square. I wanted to take on a6, and I wanted to say this is an absolutely perpetual pin if you take on a6 with the queen. But it also cost me a full piece, right?
Yeah, but compared to getting mated on b1, this could be white's best decision.
Like fe6, queen takes e4 or something, yeah. and just claim that my positional compensation is truly excellent somehow.
Yeah,
which I don't believe it is, but maybe.
Yeah, but instead.
He began by taking and playing. I mean, fe got included. And I don't think it's a mistake. I think Arjun is correct in opening things up a little bit first.
Okay, well let's look at this one more seriously. So let's just see if rook b8 is at all possible.
I wanted to put the knight on c5 because that's obviously the entire point of my previous play.
Okay,
and then takes, king goes somewhere. Yeah, let's say e7, and I want to play, let's say, bishop f4, and pray that I don't get mated. And sort of pray that I get to play rook b1 at some point, maybe, and start, you know, removing some of the attackers from the board, while also, of course, having the knight on c5 here is a huge big deal for white.
Well, let's start with that one and see if.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, bishop takes h6. Like, not because I want this pawn, because I want to preserve that bishop on the diagonal.
And
I am very scared, Danny. But maybe I'm not. But maybe I'm not dead yet. Yeah.
No, it's not over yet. Oh,
he's played queen f2. He's played queen f2, which I don't know if I like. Okay. So the idea is he wants to give a check from f7, and I thought, why is this so important? But then he will have knight c5 check as a follow-up, regardless of how you interpose on e7, right? Rook b8 played in the meantime, played very, very quickly. So if we follow through with queen e7, sorry, queen f7, I'm guessing the idea is to play bishop e7, knight c5, king d8, force you to take with the knight and put the king on c8 and say, yes, it cost me one pawn, but I will now be giving you mate on the queen side somehow. Bishop f4, for instance. And knight a3 would actually be mate here, but bishop takes a6 knocks the queen off the b file, which gives white some respite. Queen takes g6, maybe try to bring him back.
Yeah, okay. So this is not so clear, not so clear. Queen f7 on the board. How's Magnus's time? 3.5 minutes against 2:44. We definitely should stick on this board.
Oh yeah. We're watching this to its conclusion.
This looks like fun to me.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just quick look. What else is going on? And in fact, Rapid Mamedyarov is the only game finished so far.
Yeah, we have some reasonably balanced positions elsewhere, and yeah, this one is by far the most interesting.
How's Magnus looking? Let me have a quick look. He's still in Hoodieville.
Mm. Yeah, on other boards, I just took a brief look. Nodebek is doing really well against Harry. Apart from that, everything else seems to be reasonably well balanced. And very interestingly, and yeah, I will now reposition Twitch chat so that it's back to blocking the bar properly. Seems like Arjun, according to the machine evaluation, is doing quite well here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's following your line exactly, Peter.
96 maybe not forced, but it feels natural. It doesn't really feel like playing anything else makes too much sense. You can make some argument for bishop d3, but I don't like it.
I was wondering about if that's legal.
That is legal-ish, yeah.
Well, with that was not a ringing endorsement.
I don't know.
I mean that
would be
my basic idea.
Yeah, I'm just not. It's not like I mistrust either of our intuitions in a position like this. It feels like a position which, well, you can only really be correct by chance.
No, I was going to say this is not intuition. This was a basic pointing out a mating two.
Yeah, like I've been really struggling to navigate this to like assess whether we have a tempo to play. I mean 96 and then something.
Yeah, the only thing with bishop h6 is that wow, he's simply taken on g6 to come.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to figure out.
Very interesting.
Yeah, can we just do this? Yeah.
But the rationale of this, of course, is that one could argue that the king is slightly less secure on d8 than if white goes in for just taking on e6, basically.
Mm-hmm. And he also clearly does not want to move the bishop away from c1 so that he doesn't even have to calculate knight a3. Because
very true.
Yeah, so because like if the bishop goes somewhere, knight a3 very often will be a decisive mating threat, because the combined idea of playing queen b1 with knight c2 mates as well in some positions will just be extremely difficult to manage. This is such a cold-blooded move, though. Knight c5 by Magnus in response. Yeah, wow. This is just such a mess. Such a mess. We can include knight e6 now and then d takes e5. And black still isn't really giving mate as such. Like we've blown some things open, but we're still not actually getting to the king so easily. I guess he goes king d7, and after d takes e5, maybe she just goes queen takes e6 and just abandons the idea of giving mate altogether.
And then, well, okay, let's just point that out. I mean, that is very hard to assess.
Oh yeah, I mean, no, now that we're not getting mate, I think I like this for white. We take and we go knight f5. The king on e6 is not very safe. Knight f5, or maybe even some kind of g5, bishop h3 check ideas present themselves. But I like knight f5 for the time being. Just
okay, we should say that's not yet on the board.
No, but if we king d7 played, and I think king d7 played very much indicates that he has to go for this because, yeah, well, all of this is on the board. And this is obviously a huge relief for Arjun, because with the queens off the board, you're extremely unlikely to get mated in this game now, which means that you can maybe switch to consolidating and just being okay.
Yeah, it's also mildly annoying for black in these endgames that the knight is pinned as well.
That as well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so black's freedom of movement is actually rather restricted.
Whoa, and he's gone. Well, he is. I mean,
Queen E4.
Yeah.
Whoa, sorry, I clicked the wrong button there. Queen E4, fantastic.
Honestly, I don't even like this move, but because King C6 exists.
Ah, okay. So basically, we should just point out that he's just looking to take a piece. So King C6. Oh, he's gone back.
And now Queen F5. Yeah. So that's the idea. So, I mean, clearly he hasn't blundered Queen C6, King C6, and I even looked at Queen F5 in the previous position, but he is saying that this is an improvement. But yeah,
well, it could be. I mean, when you have suddenly Bishop G2 in the equation, this is serious. Wow. I mean, he played it so quickly.
Yeah, and this is what I wanted to say. Like, you have a good position against Magnus. I'm pretty sure you understand that your endgame of the Queen E6 and then Knight F5 is much better for you. Very, very many people, I think, would have taken a quote-unquote safe choice there and just stopped calculating everything else. And he just goes for this very, very cute, very non-standard line, which he just believes gives him more.
But this, I mean, this looks tremendous. I mean, this pawn is hanging. As I pointed out, Bishop G2 is an option sometimes, and White King is, well, let's just say relatively safe.
Relatively safe. Yeah, you can't really call that properly safe. Yeah, relatively safe. Yeah.
But wow,
he's playing this game from a certain point. Like, once it became concrete and there were things to calculate, I am kind of in awe of how Arjun has been approaching this. It's just such a difficult game to play.
A3, it's not over
trying
yet.
to learn something
it's
on
not
B2,
over yet. Yeah. This could be serious. It's like the stakes are being raised, you know? Of course, the knight could, I mean, if White's very chicken, the knight could hop back to come to block on B3. I don't know if we want to.
Yeah, but you still have to make a move first because
of course this is hanging. Excuse me.
So
yeah,
you have to find a square for it. And yeah, I was kind of wondering if this was coming because on the one hand, you obviously are unhappy about unpinning the bishop on A6 and giving up your bishop pair, but on the other hand, it makes your queen side safer, quite simply. It would have been a hard decision for me to take, but Arjun is. In the end, he settled on this. Rook E1. Do we play D4 here? Bishop D. Yeah, this is clever. Bishop D3. Trying to get it over to E4. Also hinting at some doubling on the B file.
At some point, I know it's check at the moment, but yeah.
Not working yet, regrettably, but might be working at some point in the game. Yeah. 94. I guess we take and we play bishop b4, right? Because we need to get that e6 pawn off the board. King b6 doesn't look right. But that's
but then I mean the bishop just removes itself, and then we start to push on the king side.
Even I was about to suggest bishop c1. How that would be quite comical, right? Yeah, like bishop d4, cd4, bishop b4, bishop c1, rook b1 mate.
Yeah, let's just point
that's where you quit chess for good.
Yeah. Okay, this is on the board.
This is good. Yeah, this is good by Magnus. Attacking the b4 pawn and also creating a very obvious but still a very scary idea of rook e b8. So how do we go from here?
Well, I wonder if we just okay, he's played
rook h3 because he wants to take away the a3 pawn.
Yeah,
I like this very much. This is once again a very, very solid choice by Arjun. And now we just take and we bring the bishop back and we start pushing our two passers. We can also throw in rook c3 check if we want to push the king to different squares. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop f4.
Bishop f4, for instance, or bishop e3 looks awkward, but maybe we don't even want to calculate rook takes d4. I could see a reason for bishop, but this is just a better square. I think Magnus has to take, but then he will be given a check on the c file, and he will have a very, very awkward decision to make because rook c4 destroys really any chances of any kind of productive counterplay. But otherwise,
I was wondering about rook a6 and just exchanging and taking on c7.
That as well, yeah, that as well is very, very attractive. But I think rook c1 might just be winning by force, honestly.
Yeah, and then
But then I think the bishop ending is just completely lost because I also have the out, like I have the A passer as well. I think
okay, let me just show that. Let me just point that out. So yeah, just exchanging everything and then.
Without the A pawn, this is a draw. But with the A pawn, I get the feeling this cannot be whole. Like I just go king b2 here, and we go.
This looks like it's happening.
Yeah,
it's a very practical choice actually for white, of course, because zero winning chances for Magnus, and
also, I would also say probably zero drawing chances as well.
Right.
And the one interesting choice comes here. Yeah, I think you go king b2, but I think that you could make an argument for pushing h5, h6. It allows the c pawn to reach c2, but I don't think it matters. But yeah, he's gone with this because this should also be enough. And now we go king c3. Now I guess we go g6, g7.
Push all the way.
Yeah, I guess we go g6, g7 now. Yeah, I mean 3 will always win this position. There is no way 3 don't win.
Yeah. This absolutely decisive. Yeah. Well, that of course is quite a scalp, assuming that Arjun is going to win this.
Yeah. King g6 played. We can even we just go g7, king f7, bishop b5, and then we start pushing the a pawn.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no reason to even calculate king takes c4 just yet. Yeah. Play this, put the pawn on a7, and then we will.
Yeah, it's pretty mechanical, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just by this point maybe even you can remove the h pawn from the board, to be honest. Like because you can at any point you can drop back the bishop to c3 and completely free up your king to go wherever it needs to go. So yeah, should just be a very
I've got to say, to negotiate that middle game position, very, very impressive from Arjun. We'll stick with this for a while and see. Yeah, you can see Magnus swearing on camera there. He's the hoodie is off. Yeah, and he
feels like this is maybe a bit of a miss, and that probably is the correct feeling, honestly. I'm pretty sure he was doing well at some point in that game.
Yeah, but it can happen without opening. It turned very, very quickly. Let's see. We've got Gukash has defeated Grandelius. Let's just have a very quick look at that position. How did that happen? Nobody knows.
Yeah, something has gone wrong there because I think Niels was. It's
this one again.
It's the Kaimer Mamijarov opening. Yeah. Looks delightfully random. Like all of these moves that we're watching, they look delightfully random. But yeah, this looks very, very safe for Black. And then once you start playing a 5,
okay,
it kind of goes bad. Yeah.
So that was that one. Abdusatorov has defeated Hare Krishna, which went like this. Sorry, let's just get to the beginning.
More reverse Sicilians.
Yeah.
Yeah, seemingly just a very nicely played. Interesting. Because currently white is just a pawn up, and then things have not gone well. Yeah, that is a very, very sharp decline from what I assume must have been a pretty decent position at some point.
A trapped rook, and that was that. Yeah.
David Anton is still playing with white against I forget whom. That's Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and also
that's
Kaimer Giri game is still going on.
Okay, so
I don't know which one is the more exciting. They both look kind of dry.
Okay, that's very dry.
Yeah, this one probably is slightly more exciting, but it's just a draw. King e3, King g2. You're just, as long as you're in the corner, like in the square of the b pawn, there is no way you will not be able to give up the rook for the 2 pawns if you need to.
Okay.
Yeah, this will be a draw.
Yeah, that's the only one still going on.
Yeah, Eric Hansen made a draw against Aditya Mittal, and Yeah, there's that rook ending which we could discuss, but it's also not not terribly exciting. I mean, white will now probably be a pawn up, but it shouldn't matter. You can just go king d5, king c5, I assume, if you wanted to. You can also do this, and then what's the cleanest way to draw this after rook a4? I think he's just provoking b3 so that the king could not go to b3 later. I think that's the point of this move. Ah, b4, interesting.
It's not that interesting though.
Wouldn't have been my choice. Yeah, I think I would have played b3 there without a moment's hesitation. But yeah, king b3, rook a1, and yeah, you just okay. So he found, but now we just make a draw with a5, right? Very, very easily. Yeah, now we just go a5, and it's just a draw.
And it came to pass.
And yeah, lo and behold.
Yeah, so
came to pass.
It looks like leading scores at the end of round 7. We have Nodibek Abdusattorov on 16, Arjun Erigaisi on 14, Mamedyarov Duda on 13, along with Magnus Carlsen. So, well, we have two of the young guys right at the top of the tournament, Abdusattorov and Erigaisi, which is pretty incredible. And last game is drawn. There we go. Let's just very quickly recap on that extraordinary game that finished so quickly. Rapport against Mamedyarov, absolutely bonkers game.
Yeah, that one was very exciting to watch because yeah, there's no way you can tell what's happening. You just know you're having fun, and particularly if it's not your opposition. Yeah, we picked it up here after Castle's 95, and
first of all we thought, well, this looks very pleasant for black, and then chat was telling us,
informing. Yeah, we were informed that we are amateurs and that, I mean, fair, and that white is somehow much better.
But that's when it all went a bit Pete Tong with Queen b4.
Yeah, after h6, 94, Queen b4 does give white some advantage, not as large as you would have guessed, but it's very playable. And honestly, it's a difficult line to find. But if the move you actually choose is Queen b4, you probably are supposed to find it, because if the idea of giving up your knight for that b7 pawn and for the creation of some threats is on your mind at all, allowing h takes g5 must be ringing such alarm bells in your mind.
And this is actually where Richie resigned. Let's just recap on the winning line. So basically,
takes
here.
And the interesting part is, I think c6 is the only winning move that there after queen b5 check. I think everything else allows white back into the game, and might they actually even lose. But specifically c6, queen b7, king e6 escapes all checks. And the rook h1 does come in with very obvious effect.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it is a stunning game, but also a very uncharacteristic mistake by Richie, because I think, you know, generally he has a very, very acute sense of not necessarily even danger, but just the tactical nuances of every single position. He is a very, very sharp player and a very imaginative player. And yeah, allowing hg5 is a strange mistake by somebody who is, you know, this good at specifically this aspect of chess.
So we've got the final round of today at the top of the hour in 7 minutes time. Then we can see standings. We've got Abdusattorov out in front with Duda and Erigaisi just behind on 14. So join us for the final round of the day. And I think we're going to take a very short break, but we'll be back in a few minutes' time.
I'm ahead ahead of the game. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
There are 5 qualities one needs to have to master the French defense. 1. Safeguarding your king is priority. King d8, good move. Yeah, just king e7, why not? Well, of course we don't take. King e7, we are much better. And very important, don't castle, king on f7, perfectly placed. 2. Remaining calm in every situation. Oui. Oui. Merde! 3. Patience. And here people will speak bullshit, you need to prepare, and look at this, the pawn is running like Alan Prost. 4. Fast development of your pieces is the key to success. And here you don't care about the pieces, a6, h6, g5, h5, g4, go for the dot pieces. And most importantly, never retreat your developed units. Yeah, bastards are going to tell you this unfunny joke that we French people, we only retreat, but it's not retreat, it's counterattack.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went bishop c5, d4 and queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to topping.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzle pack. Enjoy solving.
Hello everybody, I am Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Anish Giri. I am a top grandmaster.
I'm Grandmaster Nils Grandelius from Sweden.
I am Grandmaster Harikrishna Pendala from India.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move, because d takes e4, the d takes e5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time.
It's the final day. It's the final round on the second day of the Aimchess Rapid. Help! I'm already just slurring and blundering my words already.
Too much action.
Too much. I mean, really dramatic round. I thought Magnus's game was incredible in the last round. So just to recap for those that perhaps have just joined us, Magnus was defeated in a really wild game by Arjun Erigaisi, who basically played in an incredibly courageous way, actually. Really impressive. And we had Richard Rapport being, well, absolutely smashed by Shakhriyar Mamedyarov with a one-move mating attack, basically. So we've got Anish Giri against Noribek Abdutatorov is the first game we're going to look at.
And this is, for a change, a very classical and also a very sort of, by this point, old style opening, because I'm not entirely sure what to attribute it to, but the Queen's Indian has, I mean, disappeared would be a tremendous overstatement, of course, but it's very, very unfashionable right now. It's been heavily supplanted by, you know, the Rogozin and maybe the Vienna even. People have started doing pretty much anything else in response to third knight of 3.
That is very interesting. I mean, you know, from the theoretical side of it, you've got a much better idea than I have. So why is that? Because, you know, for me, the Queen's Indian was always one of the most reliable openings to play as black against d4. So what's going on? Why?
I think, honestly, I think much of it is just fashion. But also, I think the emphasis these days when you build a repertoire with the black pieces is on, first of all, very concrete play, and secondly, you would like to equalize instead of getting a position where you're relying on your understanding and on your ability to play complex pawn structures to navigate positions which probably aren't, strictly speaking, entirely equal just yet. So I think Rogozin, for instance, and the Queen's Indian, and I mean, the position they have on the board right now is a perfect example to use, are like vastly different in spirit, because here there will not be any forced equality at all. You can definitely argue black is not worse, and you know, people who are good Queen's Indian players have been holding positions like this for ages and ages. And like in the previous phase of his career, Sergei Karyakin is a name that comes to mind, who was championing this opening, and he was sort of holding the fort against very, very strong opposition day in, day out. But even he, at some point, it really looked like he stopped enjoying it because people started finding ways to ask very pertinent, sharp questions. But the bigger point is, it's just going to be a maneuvering game with no forcing variations at all, where your experience and your understanding will be the defining factors. Whereas in the Rogozin, we have seen some Rogozins today even. You get a knife fight by move 10, you know, or move 15. You just and it will also be like a very, very concrete, sharp position, which you can analyze very often to a definitive conclusion.
So just to explain what you're talking about, basically, this structure can't resolve itself to a stable position very
rarely, yeah. Very
because of that somewhat backward pawn on c7, black will either have to decide, well, basically at some moment, to play c5, and when is the appropriate moment. And even then, it will lead to a position which is, in essence, unstable.
Yes.
The pawns could be very strong in the center, However, they could be vulnerable to attack.
Yeah,
so, and you have to feel your way through.
Absolutely, and this is if you can actually, if this is something you feel comfortable with in general, if you're not really against the idea of playing such positions, playing them will teach you a great deal, and I think will improve you as a player dramatically. I personally have never really felt any attraction for these particular structures, but I understand the attraction in general as someone, for instance, who used to play the slow Spanish with both white and black. Like I was never a Berlin player with either color really, and you get these really complicated structures which you flounder with or in to begin with. But as time goes by, as you amass more and more games in them, you start sort of noticing which things work and which don't, and so on. But I think these days this approach has been, people much prefer just knowing to learning and eventually understanding things. I think chess has just become a much more concrete game.
Right. Okay, but very interesting how the game has changed in that sense. As I said, it's partly fashion, but it does show a change in approach, basically.
That would be my explanation, at least in part. I would definitely ascribe it to this shift. And it's interesting that, for instance, someone who very much belonged in that camp in the early part of his career, and somebody who I've worked with and for a number of years, Vladimir Kramnik, who used to be very much a proponent and arguably one of the biggest advocates for the quote unquote mathematical approach to openings, where you approach every opening position as a problem to be solved, despite the fact that he is also one of the greatest players to have ever lived. And I think for him specifically, it wasn't really necessary to solve every single position because he could play it very well anyway. So he spent a large portion of his career doing that. And then in later years, starting from, I would say, maybe 2015 onwards, just as this shift, which I think was in large part inspired by him, began really taking hold, where people really started feeling that, yes, openings are concrete, you should treating them as such. He himself moved away from that and actually went the later years of his career were very much all about getting playable positions and playing them. So it's you could write a very interesting 5,000 word essay on these things, but we have 8 exciting games of chess to talk about, so maybe we shouldn't attempt that.
let's move on, because clearly that one is developing, but let's see. Let's go to Hansen against Rapport, because I'm curious about the opening.
So that was a declined Shirov, yeah. Oh no, it wasn't.
Oh, no,
he played G1.
Yeah, so he didn't go G4, which is the Shirov variation, the Shirov on sacrifice. But so Rook G1, yeah.
And Richard just went G6 and said, "Yeah, go on. I don't really care that much about that pawn appearing on G5," which I think is an understandable reaction. You don't really the knight on H5 is pretty safe for now, and White doesn't really have much of an attack on the king side, so why not just ignore it for for the time being? What do we think about this, Danny?
I'm just wondering about this move.
Yeah, I can see why. I guess queen either C7 or E7 followed up by bishop takes C7, rook D8.
Okay, so that's
because otherwise we resign.
Well, I was going to say it was just my first blitz thought. Yeah, let's just point that out.
Yeah, that seems to still preserve the material balance.
Yeah.
Otherwise bishop H3 would just be straight up winning.
But in any case, the game goes on. Queen D6.
Yeah, takes knight b6, and I mean, the game is still very much. But I think if we go into endgames, then you'd start kind of regretting having played g4, g5, because that f4 square for the knight on h5 is going to be a massive, massive factor.
Yeah.
He's gone with knight a4 instead, which is a kind of an odd move considering queen e7 exists. Does he want to play c4? Like after queen e7, you have to sort of justify it.
Sorry,
because
did you
black.
say?
Well, I mean, black will play b5. If you do nothing, I will play b5, and it will cost you 2 tempi. Like I'm just trying to. I mean, I'm obviously not a huge fan of playing c4 in these structures. Trust me.
Yeah.
But
I mean, particularly when this one can float in so
exactly,
easily.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just trying to figure out why the knight went to a4. I guess
the
maybe
king on c1. Oof.
No, I want to. Yeah, please put it back. Yeah, I regret. I regret ever having mentioned it.
Yeah. Okay, but queen c7 played instead.
Yeah. You can play queen d6, but once again, we take, we play bishop f8. Black is, I think, very comfortable.
Queen c3.
Queen c3, yeah. This is what I also settled on, that he just...
Okay, so this is a pin, so b5 is discouraged.
Yeah. We can play knight f4. It doesn't create a threat, but it's just a nice square to camp on, so to speak.
It looks very odd to put the knight here, I have to say, because, all right, the square that it could potentially go to, well, that basically helps black to untangle after just exchanging, and the bishop can then come to e6. The knight is coming to f4, so I don't quite see how this actually helps white. I just don't get it.
I think Eric just couldn't quite work out where his pieces were going. And one thing to note about these structures where white has a pawn on e4, black has a pawn on e5, there is also a black pawn on c6 and white has a knight on c3, just as it was 2 moves ago, is that very often that knight on c3 is your, I wouldn't say worst, but it's your most awkward piece.
It's the problem piece, yes.
Yeah, because you don't really know where it belongs. Like knight e2, knight g3 would be sort of logical if not for the fact that you spend 2 tempi, and then black quite happily goes knight f4, and you've achieved very little. So I actually don't mind knight a4, because I think he is just trying to find something for that piece to do, and I think he wants to, like, eventually he wants to play knight c5 and just trade it for the knight on d7, or perhaps just occupy that square if black declines the trade.
And okay, so let me play knight e6. And I want which, of course,
bishop c4, I think.
Okay, so can I play this?
Yeah, now we take on e6, we go knight c5. I think we are.
Oh, now you're okay. Yeah,
that's an improvement. That definitely is an improvement.
I've made complete sense of the position. Okay,
suddenly,
of course, that's what I was trying to.
All of our things. Yeah.
That's what I was trying to avoid, of course. But okay, so my direct attempt doesn't work. Yeah, interesting. Oh, he's played knight e6. Okay, so what's the move after bishop c4?
Not sure. But he played knight e6. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be blitzing out bishop c4 here.
Oh, does he have knight b6?
That's a better move than b5, right?
It was certainly.
Yes, yeah.
There were many better than b5.
I'm still not, like, I don't hate this for white. I will take on b6 with the knight, and then I need to find a decent move. Maybe a3, maybe king b1. I actually just want to allow b5, park the bishop on b3.
Yeah, not so great for black. Let's see, because I mean, bishop c4 needs a little bit of calculation. Interesting position. Let's move on. Where are we going to go? Let's go to Magnus. How's Magnus doing? Remember, for those just tuning in, Magnus lost in the previous round against Eric Geisy. Magnus still in a pretty healthy position in 5th place. Remember, it's the top 8 that make the cut to the knockouts. But still, Magnus doesn't like losing. Let's see how he reacted. He's playing white against Vidit. Pragmatic. Exchange on d5. Well,
Magnus and the Carlsbad are just seemingly inseparable these days.
But this is just a very lame version, isn't it? When you play Bishop F4, we should explain that normally, if you're going to play the Carlsbad, then you're going to do it in this position.
Yeah, but that's the thing about Magnus and the structure these days. He plays every single version and seems to enjoy it, and has very good results as well. So I'm not shocked. I feel like this has been going on for a while, and it sort of continues going on. And you say this is a lame version, but I don't think, I think Magnus would just disagree that a lame version of a Carlsbad exists.
Really?
Yeah, I think he just loves every single one.
Oh, what's
from both sides as well. And yeah, and this has been a problem for Black in this particular position for quite some time. In fact, if we go back, and I think there was actually I think it was actually about that position. Can we go back all the way back to when we did play Queen E7? Yeah, I think that's that position. There was a tweet on this topic. There's this new kind of a tendency. Well, tendency is maybe not right, but people have started posting opening advice as Twitter threads, and I'm pretty sure I've seen this particular position as a kind of a Twitter puzzle.
Oh, really?
And the question being, your b7 pawn is hanging, how would you protect it? And my solution here would be knight b7 in a heartbeat. I don't like anything else. I really feel that if we do anything else, we're going to end up exactly where we did end up, with this kind of an issue that we'll come to in a moment. So here it's a pawn sacrifice, but like rook b8, queen a7, we take on b2. I think we pretty much always end up having a lot of counterplay for that pawn. But let's talk about what happened in the game. So you play queen e7, which is a very, very natural move. And then after knight h4, let's say you play bishop g6, which I think is quite okay. And then everything gets developed, and you sit there thinking, how am I supposed to develop the knight on b8? Because b7 is constantly hanging. You are never touching that pawn with your hand. Like b6 or b5 here. There are some Carlsbads, as we have seen even in this tournament, where the idea of playing b5 and a5 is a sensible one.
Well, I was going to say, how would you react against that, actually?
Something like rook e1 followed by e4 is my first immediate reaction.
Yes.
But generally speaking, I think this is not the material balance for that. Then you ask yourself, can I play queen c7 and then play knight b7? Because structurally, Black is not doing poorly here at all. But rook queen c7, White will play rook ac1, and knight b7 blunders a pawn in one move to knight takes d5. So you have to continue making very awkward decisions. And then you come to this idea of playing a5, which is what we did, hoping to play queen b4. After a3, you're basically back to square one. And it continues. And he ended up, as we've seen in the game, he ended up playing knight a6. But that doesn't solve the problem either, because you can't play knight c7. Your b7 pawn is hanging. So he tried solving it tactically by playing queen d6. And then bishop takes a6, you suddenly are forced to take b takes a.
Let's just show that because of queen b7.
Yeah, queen b7, rook f8 loses the queen. But if we start with bishop a6, which is what Magnus did, rook a6, queen b7 is just a healthy pawn. So he took ba. And shockingly, he appears to be doing, okay, maybe not. Yeah, it's a very concrete position. Maybe I'm overstating things a little bit. But I think this game in general is like a very, very nice illustration of why that decision on move 8 or 9 or whatever it was, where he played queen e7, was arguably maybe the pivotal decision of the game, because whatever problems he is having right now are entirely connected with the fact that he chose a move which doesn't really solve your issue of how you're going to develop the knight on b8.
Yeah, that's a very interesting and beautifully explained chain reaction, actually. Very interesting. So let's just continue with the game. So, I mean, obviously, Black's pawn structure has been compromised. And now let's see how Magnus...
And Magnus has gone for something very, very forcing now with e4, d4, f4, knight e4, and d5, giving up one of his central pawns. And if this is not winning, it's clearly a mistake, but it's a very cute idea. And I want to show one particular variation. This will not be played, but it's very beautiful. If you take on d2 here, we go d takes c6, rook e2, knight e2. Obviously, if you allow c7, you would just lose this knight. But it looks like after knight e2, c7 rook e8 is fine for Black, I think. No, this is yeah, we have rook e8 here. No, I think the other one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, but knight e2, it looks like you have knight f3 check. Because if the knight gets taken, the rook will come back to d8 in the end, right? But we play king f2 here. Rook d1, c7.
Yeah.
And that actually queens the pawn.
Very nice.
This is not a difficult variation to calculate. I'm pretty sure Vidit is not going to miss that, but I just thought it was kind of
no, very nice.
Cute in its own way.
Yeah.
I think you have to play. I mean, queen e8 would be my default reaction here.
There's
queen c5, queen d4, right?
Queen d7. Okay, and we're getting pinned. Let me just show that.
Yeah, and then you'll have to defend some very, very awkward endgames.
Yeah.
f5, rook takes c4, even maybe first, right? And I think this position, it's not that horrible, but I would prefer to try to play queen e8 in the current position. Because if that doesn't lose, I think I have a higher chance of actually equalizing and not just, holding after 40 more moves of suffering. Because Black is now, for the time being, a pawn up. I understand that extra pawn is a double day pawn, so it's not very much, but it's currently an extra pawn for Black.
So, do you want to just trade everything on e4 and just go?
No, like I mean, there's also queen e1, right, which forces f5.
True.
But then you still have to find a follow-up, and I don't know what the follow-up is. I don't know what the follow-up is. Yeah. So I'm curious about this. And it's generally just very interesting to me that.
Okay. So let me just show those two alternative ways. So here f5.
Yeah, this is one, and you can also get the one you were describing here as well with the pawn on f5, or this one. Yeah, takes. You take on e4, we take on e5. Black, I guess, goes rook d6, or d6. Yeah, d6 as well. D6, rook d7, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what we know about these types of heavy piece endgames is that they're obviously always going to be a bit better for white, but they're actually quite difficult to convert.
Definitely.
Yeah, because you establish this kind of a blockade. Your piece on d7 is extremely passive, but also both of white's heavy pieces will be heavily occupied with not blundering the d-pawn.
Yeah, and particularly when there's in this position. When Black's kingside is very secure, then I mean, often, there are these classic games where White has this pawn on d6, and you turn right. The Spassky Petrosian game is a classic, and I can think of many others as well. But here, Black is secure, so that's a bit different.
Yeah, so it's a curious choice for Vidit, and not an easy one. He's also down. He's at half the time Magnus has. It's not going to, whatever he chooses, defending the resulting positions will not be much fun for him. We have some very sharp positions elsewhere, though.
Where should we go?
Schach is doing quite well against David Anton, I assume.
Let's have a look.
Because the d5 pawn seems to be in a lot of trouble. More Carlsbad, actually. Very similar Carlsbad as well. Yeah, pretty much the same line. But yeah, went very differently because Schach very, very quickly switched to the idea of launching a direct attack on the king side.
There you go. Remained true to himself.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, this looks very, very shaky for Nino. Both rook g5 and honestly just queen takes g5 and then just take on d5 next move. Both look quite attractive. Jan-Krzysztof, I think, is doing extremely well against Arjun in another game, which I think is very consequential for the tournament standings. At least he was doing very well against Arjun. I don't know if this is still a good position.
Wow.
It looks kind of promising, right? We can even play f2, f4 and go from there, because I don't really like allowing bishop takes g5 if I can help it.
Yeah, and
the worry has to be rook b6, right? f4, rook b6, but I think d6 is extremely strong there. d6 and whatever you take with everything will get completely pinned. Like bishop d6, knight e4 looks like a crushing advantage for white.
Wow, this looks very impressive indeed.
I think maybe the reason he is thinking and not playing f4 is I think he's trying to calculate even the immediate position. Maybe d6 is winning even here. Just d6, bishop g5, f4, and put the pawn on d7 eventually. I think he's looking for something that wins immediately. I'm pretty sure.
Well, maybe understandable. I mean, with the knight also coming into the position as well via one of these squares, I'm not surprised he's looking for something.
No, it looks beautiful and promising and everything. Yeah.
Let's go to Naroditsky against Gukesh, because that's
that is also a huge mess.
Very exciting game. And here we go, h4.
Yeah.
It's the move of the moment.
I'm interested in the response though, because I used to play the peers, and I think the solution in those years was to bishop e2, you just played c5. And eventually you allowed h5, but you didn't really feel that aggrieved about the whole thing.
Yeah.
But he chose to play h7, h5 himself, which sort of justifies previous play for white, I always felt, because it gives you this beautiful g5 square for the knight, and it's not nothing. And then, yeah, Dania, I guess, pretty much never needs a second invitation to just launch a very direct attack on the king side. So now, yeah, he went in here with g4 followed by h5, and yeah, the current position is bishop b6 hg, very beautifully done by Dania. The idea, of course, is rook h8. So if black does something inconsequential here, you just get mated in 3 moves with rook h8 and queen h6. So it feels like you kind of have to play knight takes g6, because yeah, exactly. And now the choice is between d takes e6 and queen h6 immediately. So if you play queen h6 looks very strong. Isn't he winning? Just winning? I think he is, right? Because
mating one is threatened. That's not
mating one is threatened. If you play king of rook f7, now we go d takes e6. Now we go d takes e6. They go rook g7. We go knight g3, and we put it on f5, and we say this should decide the game. Like in a fair society, this should decide the game.
Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah,
looks like it. I mean, this is
because black will have no moves, and we will actually just castle long, go rook g1, and rook takes g4. We will have enough time to do all of those things. We are never taking on g7.
I mean,
just one thing to make sure: after queen f8, knight f5, we are never taking on g7, because that would be selling our position incredibly short.
Yeah,
we're just going long castles, rook dg1, and rook takes g4. Yeah, like. That rook stays on g7 for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And once this rook joins in, the game is just over.
Yeah. Yeah, looks absolutely crushing. And we have, well, something, in fact, this is all as advertised. This has happened. It looks like game over. Magnus is, yeah,
he's chosen the other one. Yeah, it's
interesting. Let's just go back a few moves.
So yeah, queen c5 was chosen, and he took on.
So he played this endgame.
Oh, he played d6. Why? Yeah, This is mystifying to me.
Which
he's going to still be a little bit better. And also famously, this probably brings some very unfortunate memories for Vidit, because he lost not a position like this, but he lost a kind of a similar position to Wesley So in the 19 World Cup. It was 3 against 3 on the king side, not 2 against 2, but he missed an opportunity early in that game against Wesley to not allow this at all, and he got very, very slowly ground into dust by, you know, very, very gradual improvement by Wesley. So generally, you obviously would prefer not to have the passive rook against the active rook in positions like this, but it is 3 against 3. You shouldn't really be losing this, but it is possible to lose this, which he well knows. And I think the fact that he knows from experience that you still have to pay attention probably plays in his favor here.
Absolutely. I would still be surprised if Magnus succeeds in winning this one. But as you say, he is the maestro.
Oh my God. We should go back to Naroditsky's game. And like the plan I showed is very, very easily winning. But there is a mate in 4 in this position, which was just pointed out to us by our producer. And if I tell you it's mate in 4, you will find it instantly, right?
Probably not, actually.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah.
Okay.
This.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Let's just.
Yeah, king h7, knight f7, and then we give a mate from one of the 2 squares.
That is really, really nice. Yes,
yeah, I mean, anything wins. What he's played also wins very comfortably, but.
Okay, but that's a really sweet way of finishing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah, it's a bit of a pity it hasn't happened, but
thanks for the hint, Tad. That was definitely worth seeing.
Absolutely, yeah, very, very much appreciated.
Yeah. I should say for those watching, there's someone, the Eminence Grise behind us is Tadeusz, who is in Prague and doing a fantastic job of pulling everything together.
Yeah.
So he's just giving us a hint that there was a mate in 4.
Yeah, but I mean, Daniel will still win. Daniel chose queen h5 just to have knight h6 check. He will now open the g file. Like you just go knight takes g4, then you return the knight to f5.
So this is
queen h5, rook e6. Yeah. You just return the knight to f5, and then you play rook g1, and black resigns.
Okay.
It's perfectly serviceable. Like no mistakes have been committed.
No.
We're not criticizing his way at all. But it would have been a beautiful solution if he did find it. Actually, there's a way to maybe make it slightly tricky. If he goes knight f5, as I just advocated, knight f5, king g8, and just goes rook g1 immediately, that actually allows it still loses. Knight f4, knight takes g7. Still loses
knight
very
g7.
easily. Not rook g7, knight g7.
Yeah. Okay. And
still loses very, very.
Wins the house.
Yeah. Wins everything.
Okay.
Yeah, he hasn't spoiled anything, but
that's where we're at. We should explain. So very sensibly, he's just crunching the numbers.
You can also castle queenside at any point. Like your position, affords you a lot of luxuries here with white. You have a very, very wide choice. You can go long castles. You pretty much whatever you do here still wins. He's gone rook g1. If black doesn't want to resign immediately, I guess you play queen e8. But then queen h6 is probably mate as well. This is not a very good position.
Very nice. Listen, I want to go back to the Duda era guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's go.
Very, very interesting. In fact, okay, so you were advocating f4. We also considered d6. In fact, he's played a third move.
Also very, very sensible. 94, centralizing the knight. Bishop takes g5, loses a rook immediately to takes and queen c8 check. Not a very difficult calculation either, which is why Arjun had to go 94. And now once again, like it feels like he should be winning by force, right? It feels like there should be a way to put this completely to bed. But I'm so far struggling to name it.
Yeah, actually.
The unfortunate thing is bishop takes g5 is now check if we sacrifice this exchange. My first instinct was to play rook d4, c4, d6.
Exactly.
But unfortunately for us, this is a check.
Yeah.
And queen takes g5 will also be a check.
Yeah.
So my queen c8 tactic now doesn't work.
f4? Let's just
I have a feeling this wins, but how confident are you going? Like bishop h4 here. And you have to kind of continue calculating and continue playing, right? And we have given up some material.
He's gone knight f6 check.
Okay. So bishop takes. What are we doing here? He's actually planning to go bishop takes f6 here and knight e6 d, I think.
Oh my word.
That is very fancy. This is very, very fancy, I have to say. I don't know. I don't know if this. Yeah. Do we absolutely have to endorse it, as the quote goes?
That's on the board.
Yeah.
But one thing is that after taking here, we can move the queen.
Yeah, we can definitely play like queen b8 or something.
Queen
f8. Yeah.
I was thinking queen f8.
Mm-hmm.
But as you say, queen b8 might be possible. But
yeah, I don't know why I chose b8. Yeah, I think f8 is a much more sensible move. Doesn't really make much sense to.
And the knight is annoying.
Yes, it very much is, and yeah, I'm not sure this has been done very cleanly, to be honest.
Okay, and so that's on the board. Minute and a half for Duda. Erigaisi hanging on in there with just under 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Very tense.
It is very, very tense indeed, yeah. In the meantime, there are some results. Niels drew his game against, I'm losing my parents there a little bit against, yeah, but they're both having a bit of a nightmare. Nordebek is better against Anish, but I don't think it's enough. I think that will probably be a draw. Daniel Naroditsky did win his game against Gukesh. Very, very clean victory for him. He could have really gone into the, like, if he played Queen H8 there, that would have been published everywhere for the next couple of weeks. Will be completely immortalized for years and years. But you take a victory against a player like Gukesh in this style, I think pretty much everybody will be quite happy with that outcome. So what do we think about this position, by the way? So
I was just wondering, yeah.
If we take with the king, what have we done to ourselves here with white? Like, why is this supposed to be so great? I understand there's always going to be compensation, but why is this supposed to be so great exactly?
It looks like he's kind of shot his bolt here.
Yeah, I mean, the important stuff, the important factor here for white is that the black queen side is so broken up that, let's say, if we just immediately go like king b1, king a1 and park the bishop on c3, it's very possible we never lose. I don't know why I played king b1, king a1. It's not necessary, but it feels like maybe it's slightly safer on a1 than it is on c1. And he just started with bishop c3.
Yeah, but this is very curious because, I mean, black looks safe enough here. Let's just
rook e7. Like
switch the rook over, exactly.
Yeah, if you trade a pair of rooks, you can never ever be in any danger here with black. The question is, can you win? And my feeling is white probably manages to establish some kind of a defense where it will be impossible for black to make enough progress. Let's say, just for the sake of argument, I want to show one setup. Let's say rook e7, we take. We go rook e2 check. King goes, let's say to f7, doesn't matter. I want to play bishop d2. And then, yeah, bishop d2 here. And just for demonstration's sake, let's say we play, I don't know, queen b7, rook e3, queen g2, rook c3, queen takes f2. And I want to play, I don't know, king d1. And I want to claim that this is a draw. Because I've established a situation where you cannot create a passer on the king side very easily, because h5 I will take en passant. So the pawn on g5 is supported by the bishop on d2.
Yeah, but actually, okay, if I put the king on g8, and let's say I put the queen here, and then I go h5.
h5, g8, g5. Yeah, I have to worry about that, absolutely. Yeah.
And then actually, well, I mean, that looks extremely...
I could be wrong, but you know, even something like this is maybe manageable for white. Not certainly, maybe. And obviously you're not at all obliged to give up the f-pawn. If you get the same position with the f-pawn still alive, that actually is a very, very safe draw.
Yeah.
I was showing the sort of the bare minimum, which I think might be holdable.
Anyway, he's played a4.
In the meantime, I want to say Shahriar Mamedjarov actually did win his game against David Anton. Final position kind of picturesque, with the king on f3 still being completely safe, and the king on f8 very, very markedly not being safe at all. Seemingly very nice game by Shah. Richard Rapport won with black against Eric Hansen.
I'm glad. So that brings Richie to... okay, he's in 9th position, 10 out of 24. So he's... Okay, you needed to fight back.
Yeah, he'll have to have a good last couple of days for sure.
Very interesting position. We've got Keimer against Mittal.
Yeah,
strange.
White somehow developed their entire queen side without moving the d2 pawn, and the d2 pawn is now in some danger because the knight will now land on f3. Yeah, looks like Vincent is in trouble, honestly.
Yeah,
maybe much trouble. King f1, knight f3. What do you even play? Rook b7, but I think you get mated first. Yeah, like rook d. I mean, if you have to play rook d1, you definitely are not doing well at all. Rook takes d2 seems good. Knight takes d2 followed by rook c2 followed by knight jumping somewhere and winning the f2 pawn looks good. Any number of things look very good here for black.
Let's just go back to the Duda Erigaisi game because.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah, he established a kind of a different pattern here. With he played a 4, and I mean rook e7 kind of is needed by this point. I think it needs to be in the game, and then you still have to be a little bit careful because I wanted to say I will just play rook e1 and make a comfortable draw. Rook f7. Okay, if rook f7, maybe. But then I think we can, like, if push comes to shove, I think we can take and put the bishop on e5 and try to put the rook on c3.
Yeah, so looking at that position where, okay, so we get the bishop on e5. Oh,
okay, he's gone for the kill of some sorts, right? Queen f4 probably loses to bishop d2 actually. So you have to play rook somewhere. Rook d7, I suppose. Whoa, hang on. Bishop d2, queen b8. Queen b8.
Okay, so threat.
Yeah. And by the way, Magnus will win that endgame.
Oh my word. He squeezed it. Unbelievable.
Yeah, we'll stay with this one, but Magnus will actually win that.
That's extraordinary. Well, okay, we'll return to that in a second. Unbelievable.
Yeah. So what do we do here? We have an option of moving the rook along the 7th, rook d7 probably being the most natural one, or playing queen b8, which is passive.
Be careful. If we move the rook along, we've got rook f6.
Yeah, we can't do that at all. Okay. So queen b8 might be like strictly the only move to even play. But then maybe bishop b5, bishop d6 wins.
Oh,
King g8. That's very clever.
Okay.
White has a draw though, right? We can always go rook e8
like this. Yeah.
Ad nauseum.
Right.
Yeah, we probably rates to be the likely conclusion to the game with Jan-Krzysztof on 20. Whoa, he continues playing for a win here. Feels like he's risking nothing at all, which is quite interesting. I'm not sure I agree. But yeah, he feels that, you know, as long as, but I guess, rook f5 still secures the same draw. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's looking likely, but Jan-Krzysztof, you know, he has some bite. Looks like he might still be interested.
Well, I mean, he can't really give up the g5 pawn, so I don't think he actually has a bite because he can't stabilize without trading.
No, I mean in general, but, you know.
Yeah. No, I think this ends up being a draw. So what do we have still running? Mittal had actually beaten Keimer by this point.
Wow.
Everything, I think the round is basically over with this game being a draw as well. I think this round is over, and yeah, there have been some very interesting games as well.
Okay, I want to go to Magnus's game and see how he won that, because that really is.
Oh no, Giri is still playing against Abdusattorov. Sorry, there's still one live game.
Okay, let's have a look at Magnus's game, because this is pretty amazing to squeeze this one. I wonder, did Vidit make a mistake in taking the
king away from the G pawn? Yeah. I think that was unnecessary, probably.
I mean, I suppose there is always a problem that the rook might somehow find its way to B6.
To the B6 square, yeah, but it really requires a lot of work from white.
Absolutely. Okay, so anyway, let's just see how things happened.
Yeah, eventually he just allowed the king to get to those pawns. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the rook got to the 7th, and once the rook gets to the 7th, everything collapses.
Wow. I mean, that is fantastic performance.
Yeah, and I did mention that there is some history with Vidit in these endgames, and I wonder if it was actually playing on his mind a little bit. The memory of having lost another one, which he really shouldn't have lost. But there is an interview.
I think a lot of things will play on your mind when you're playing against Magnus. But okay, yeah, we got time to go to an interview
against Vidit.
It was not a great game. I think he misplayed the opening, and then after that I made a mistake, and he defended pretty well up to a certain point, but it took him a lot of time. And towards the end, I was always trying a little bit. Could have gone for a queen ending at some point, could have pawned down, but he chose not to do that. And after that, he kind of collapsed pretty quickly. But I thought it was always hard for him, practically speaking.
And how do you feel about your play? So you have a bunch of wins, 2 losses as well. How do you feel about your performance after 2 days?
I thought my performance yesterday was atrocious. Maybe the worst I've played on one day and on the tour. I mean, the score wasn't that bad, but the play was simply very, very bad. Today wasn't great either, but it was a little bit better.
I'm going to ask a question that I know a lot of people are dying to know. Magnus, you're in a remote location in Sweden. Have you chopped wood yet with an axe? And do you plan to light a fire later? And is that part of your training regime?
Yeah, it would be a great idea. I would say first couple of days here I've been sort of hampered by the fact that I haven't been feeling so well. I have a bit of a cold, so hope that the first plan will be to try and recover, and then to be a little bit more outdoorsy and independent, trying to survive in the wilderness.
Interesting. What is your regime during this tournament? Are you at some sort of a training camp, maybe with Peter and your coach?
Yeah, we're training a little bit for the 960 thing as well. So yeah, he's first of all, I got to focus on the games here. That's most important.
But is that affecting at all your opening choices, preparations for 960?
No, not at all. It may make me a little bit inspired sometimes in a good or bad way, but I mean, first couple of days I just played poorly and had nothing to do with that.
Yeah. All right. Well, at the same time as you are in this cabin and playing the tournament, the drama around the cheating thing is still going on in media everywhere. There's a bunch of stories. I mean, chess.com had a big report, bunch of top GMs apparently admitting to cheating. in online tournaments. What is your take on how this whole thing is just spiraling?
Yeah, generally it's interesting what's going on, and I think there are a lot of things I could say, but so far I will not say that.
But is there a needed war on cheating in chess going on that you sort of initiated?
I think in general terms, it's good that the attitude is changing now.
And I have to ask you as well, because Delugi, someone working with Niemann, has been out actually accusing you of cheating in a game. Do you have an answer to that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I'll leave that to to others.
All right. Is it affecting you at all of this going on, Magnus, or are you able to concentrate on the chess?
No, it's fine.
All right. Well, Magnus, thank you for joining us. We wish you best of luck and hope you feel better tomorrow.
Hey.
Thanks for joining us.
I wonder if Magnus has come down with the dreaded COVID. He was, of course, at the European Club Cup, and well, many came back from there with COVID. So
let's hope not, because
let's hope not.
That's never fun. Yeah, and then Kaya going straight in there, which was quite interesting to see. Day two of a reasonably long event, and but clearly, the race topic continues to be of much interest in the chess world. So you can understand why the questions do get asked.
Oh, of course. I mean, basically, Magnus sort of dropped a little bomb, and the ripples are sort of continuing.
Absolutely,
and they will for a very long time, I think. Anyway, listen, we should round up today. In the lead, we have Norbek Abdusatorov on 17. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Magnus Carlsen on 16, Duda Erigaisi on 15, Gukesh 12, Kaima 12, Giri 12, and those are the top 8.
Yeah, this is currently the people qualifying. There is actually a 2-point gap between the people tied for 6th through 8th and the people tied for 9th and 10th. But there's still a long way to go. There's still 2 more days of the prelims. Anything could still change. There are some very notable names there still not making the cut. Richard Rapport is on 10, below the cut currently. Vidit is on 10, below the cut, and will be very interesting to see how it all works out before the knockout starts.
Yeah, but I mean, again, we make the point. Fascinating to see Abdusatorov, right there at the top, world rapid play champion after all. Which, it's
really not a shock. Yeah,
it's not like he's promising. He's already delivered.
He's very much delivering. Yeah, time and time again. It's very, very interesting to see this bunch of young players just become more and more prominent, seemingly with every event. Yeah. And we will continue watching it. The lineup on this channel remains a bit of a mystery even to us. So no promises will be made at the end of this show about what will happen tomorrow. Once again, we do wish the earliest recovery to Peter Leko, who is very much under the weather right now. So yeah, get well soon. But there will be a stream. Whoever ends up on that stream, there will be a stream tomorrow. So tune in to watch. The collective us trying to make sense of 8 games at once and utterly failing. It's always fun.
It's always fun, and and it was good fun again, Peter. So remember, round start at 1800 hours Central European time, and hopefully join us in some form or other tomorrow. So goodbye for now. Bye.
Hello everybody, I am Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Anish Giri. I am a top grandmaster.
I'm Grandmaster Nils Grandelius from Sweden.
I am Grandmaster Harikrishna Pendala from India.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or Lichess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aimchess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aimchess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aimchess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for Aimchess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.